Great. Hi, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of the Campbell Union High School District. It is 5 p.m. Can we please have a roll call?
Trustee Airdsmith.
Here.
Trustee Brown.
Here.
Trustee Gallagher.
Here.
Trustee Goitia.
Here.
Trustee Verich.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Item 1C is the adoption of our closed session agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Christina and we have a second by Linda. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Airdsmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
And Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, item 1D is disclosure of the items which you can find on our agenda and public comments regarding closed session items. I'm checking now and we do not have any blue cards for our closed session items. So at this point, the board will go into closed session. Board, you should have a link to closed session in your calendar. If you cannot find it, just give me a call and see you on the other side. Public will be back right around 6 p.m. Thank you.
friendly reminder, folks, we are live. If you could please turn off your videos until we are back in open session. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. For people watching at home, the board's coming back from closed session. We're going to be about 5 minutes, and then we'll start probably around 6:25 p.m. And apologies for being a little delayed tonight. See you soon.
So Kiki, it says closed session. Are we in the right place?
Yes, we are. We are in open session, but that is showing everyone else that we are.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Linda, so we're
Kaylin, you muted yourself while you were talking.
all right. I'm back. Sorry, it was muted by host. Yeah, we're live, Linda. We're gonna get started probably in a couple minutes once our trustees are back. All right, so when trustees are back, if they just turn on their camera so I can make sure they're here. All right. We're all back. So, hi everyone, welcome back. It is 6:27 p.m. The board's returning from closed session where we did take 2 actions. During closed session, the Board of Trustees took 2 actions. The board approved proposed settlement agreement in the case of 0716-20201 with a 5-0 vote. The board also approved proposed settlement agreement in case number 0716-20202 with a 5-0 vote. Just for the members of the public, because of the national pandemic, the board is joining via teleconference, and all votes tonight are going to be recorded via a roll call. While there's no physical location available for the public to join, members of the public may submit a request to speak through the public comment card available on the district website and on board docs. That's going to take us on to item 3B, the Pledge of Allegiance. So if everyone could please rise and place their hand over their heart. And I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Board, we're going to move into item 3C, the adoption of tonight's agenda. So I'm going to make a motion to approve tonight's agenda with 2 changes. One is tabling item 17A. The second is to move item 16C up to right after our right before our informational items. The thinking behind that is that I think the wide majority of the people probably watching this meeting want to hear about that item. This lets them get back to their lives.
Trustee Gallagher, we're also asking to table 17E as well.
Great, and 17E. So that's the motion. Does anyone need me to repeat it? Or is there a second?
Second.
So when are we doing 16C?
It'd be right after the superintendent report.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so I made that motion. Robert seconded it. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
Trustee Goitia,
You're muted.
Sorry, aye.
Trustee Verich,
Aye.
All right, passes with a 5-0 vote. Dr. Bravo, there's nothing under item 4 this evening?
I don't have any special recognition under item 4 tonight, no, but I do, it's a kind of a recognition. I just want to thank the Educational Foundation. The CUHSD Educational Foundation has given a grant to the district of $25,000 made in support of Black Lives Matter. And they're going to divide those monies as a resource across our different schools. And so they are working on the details of how it will be used with those principals.
That's amazing. Thank you. Okay, then that's going to take us to item 5A, which is our student board member reports. I believe both our student board members are on, so whenever y'all are ready, go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, okay. So we first want to thank the trustees for listening to the public comments and the student board member reports in regards to the resolution. And we're glad to see it being brought back. And I think that's the right step for CUHSD. We also want to thank the reopening committee for meeting religiously to come up with a recommendation. So just a few concerns that we just want to talk about in regards to reopening. So now as we made the decision to go remote, I want to make sure that we've prepared ourselves in the right way to avoid another spring semester. In the spring, we were basically thrown into the deep end in regards to online school, but I hope that we can use this remaining month to make sure that we're prepared and to make this successful for both our students and teachers. I have a few recommendations that I want to make sure this process goes smoothly, or at least as smooth as we can have. So first, we should create Google Classroom or Canvas sites for each grade level at each site. This can include Google Forms to fill out when a student has a question that they want answered, resources like work permits, links to online events that ASB is putting together, a list of teachers, admin, and counselors, and more. We should have all this centralized, since students often don't know where to look for this kind of information. And this can serve as the student service center that we had in person. This is not my idea. This is something that Del Mar has already implemented, and I think that we should make this a standard for all of our schools. The next thing is I really want to emphasize that things are being centralized and standardized. It became really hard for students to remember where to look for each, since each class had their own thing, they had their own format of where they put their information. So I think all sites should decide, are they going to put their assignments on Canvas or Google Classroom? Are they going to use Zoom or Google Meets for online class, communicate through School Loop Mail or Gmail, have calendar invites with meeting links, or pin it on top of a Google Classroom? And once a school decides, all teachers should stick with it. I know that some teachers are more used to one platform more than some others, but I know that making this centralized will make it a lot smoother for students, since they're juggling between 6 classes. 3, have students turn on their cameras. Our teachers are not used to teaching online, especially when most of their students are black screens. I know that it's likely that you won't know your classmates or your teachers, since we're all starting new classes, and we won't be able to build that bond. So I know that there are some legal issues in regards to privacy, but I know that there's also many students that are just lazy to have their cameras on. And so maybe have the students fill in a form whether they feel comfortable having their camera on or not, just so we know. And then for those who are comfortable, we make it mandatory, just so the teachers can get some validation in terms of what they're doing. Then they're not teaching to black screens. And lastly, create a list of resources for teachers. With everything being online, teachers have to get really savvy with test-taking platforms, online presentations, creating online assignments, and much more. We should give teachers a list of helpful resources that they can use to make the learning curve less steep. As a student, I really benefited from Nearpod and Pear Deck for online presentations while teachers instructed, Wiser.me for online assignments, and Kami for annotating text. I know there's a lot more resources out there, and I think that we should create this, make this centralized, so in case a teacher needs to look for something, they have it right there.
Miss Jane,
Yes.
that was a whopping lot of terrific information. And what I would love for you to do is, could you email the full board the copy of the report that you just presented? Because for several reasons. The ideas were so good. The one at the beginning went by a little too fast for me to get the notes down quickly enough. And some of the things that you wanted to have in that to replace the Student Service Center, that idea, those got away from me. And I just think it's a really intriguing idea. And mainly, you referenced things that I am not necessarily up to speed on. And I've come to the conclusion that even if I don't learn how to use a platform or a program, I should go online and look up the name of the platform or the program, find out kind of how it works and what it does and what it's for. Because if I'm on a board that's responsible for directing how things are being done, I sort of feel like I need a better sense of what that feels like for the people who are doing it. So could you send that out to us?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then Riley also has his presentation, a few things he wants to say.
Yeah, so Gitanjali talked about many recommendations that will be very helpful in transferring to next year, but I also had a few things just from like my experience of like some of the concerns I might have that we should still keep in mind, like once we do go virtual or once we go hybrid. But I thought that one, a centralized platform across the district, or at least in departments or each school, because a lot of students struggled with having 5 different technological sites to go through and trying to manage which assignments were happening and whether you could do on a Google Classroom or School Loop or Canvas. We want to make sure students don't have to stress about that. Another thing was worrying about the balance of homework and classwork. And some students feel they had far more homework, some felt they had far less, and just making sure it's consistent with the normal school year. The third one is that we're making a fair grading system. Unlike the spring, I don't think we're going to be going pass, no pass. So we have to make sure that students don't have crazy amounts of inflated grades and teachers still able to accurately assess their students in their classrooms, and also do not have a lot of cheating from occurring. We also need to ensure that many of the underperforming students are not falling behind. This is, of course, one of the biggest concerns from the spring when many students did not log in at all. And how can we make sure that those groups are not being more affected from being virtual than others are? And also to having students' voice accounted for a little more in the decision process. When new changes occur or we slowly transfer back in person and more activities, we want to make sure students are part of the discussion. And I also have some non-reopening news from other things we've been doing, but we had our first unofficial meeting with members of SSAC a few weeks ago. It was a good opportunity to meet a majority of the members, even if it was by a Zoom call. They were able to express their concerns about reopening and any questions they had, and they also got to meet Dr. Bravo during the call. Gitanjali and I are excited about the passionate students who were selected to fill these roles in the following year and our partnership with them. We hope we can collectively work to gather feedback for students across the district in the coming year. We also met with Sarah Foy this past week as we began to plan changes to the website and the Instagram for the student board. We have to make some updates to the student board section of the CUHSD website. We're additionally planning to add a separate section for the Superintendent Student Advisory Council, which does not currently exist. We would also like to create a new Instagram account that's run by us and can reach out to far more students. Personally, I've worked at my school to help expand the followers on the Prospect.High Instagram account, and we would like to have a similar amount of attendance on, or I guess followers on our Instagram account. Today, of course, we have our second read of the homework policy. Gitanjali and I have been preparing for that. In addition, we are still in the process of determining what major projects we will focus on in the coming school year. Homework policy was the main target for Emily and Gitanjali last year. We will likely pursue another policy. Some other problem we see around the district could be involved in screen time, equity, helping with students' emotional health, when counselors are not present, or in numerous of other ideas we might come up with this summer. As such, we look forward to bringing in more student input from across the district in the coming school year, and from sending out surveys to making campus visits, if possible. We want to get more of the 8,000 students in the district accounted for. Thank you.
Y'all been busy. Thank you.
Kidding.
Yeah, sorry, Linda, go ahead.
No, I just said no kidding. I mean, it's impressive, and the thinking ahead that both of them are doing, and when we get to the homework policy, I wanted to compliment everybody involved on the massive amount of work and time that went into it. And notice that you have a really terrific looking haircut. Could you send your person over here because things are out of control, and could use a trim?
We'll do.
I thought he shaved his beard.
All right, well, thank you both so much. And I think especially heading into this year, the work that you're doing to bring student voice to everything that we do is, you know, it is more important this year than probably any year in history. So thank you for taking on that challenge.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
One request that I have is, could we have the agenda like as a screen shared thing? Since we can't
Let me address that. So we are actually trying something different tonight. We are moving away from that because we want to make it so people could watch everyone who's on the Zoom, more so they're watching a meeting, right? And since they're at home, they can follow along on board docs.
Okay.
That's why it's different. So be careful because you're live streaming the whole time. So if you need to turn your camera off, that is allowed. But if you want to speak, if you could turn the camera on, that would be great.
So, you know, Gitanjali made such an important point about when you're doing distance learning and you're teaching and in class in front of a row of black screens, right? Maybe we should set the example, and maybe we should all turn our cameras on if we can while we're in this meeting. So we show people what we're looking like, what distance board meetings are really supposed to look like.
I say for the board, yes. For staff, let's let, you know, we do not give staff advance warning on that. We don't know where they are. But when they're talking, if they could do that, that'd be great.
Gitanjali, do you have access to board docs or a copy of that, or should somebody email you a copy of the agenda quickly?
No, I have it.
You got it. Okay.
Thank you, though.
All right, so let's go ahead and move to item 6, public comments. The board does welcome comments from the public. If you'd like to address the board on any topic, please fill out the digital blue card that's located on board docs and on the district website. If your item is on the agenda, you'll address the board at that time. If it is not, you'll address the board right now. Our conversations or topics are limited to 3 minutes per person and 20 minutes per topic. That may change. Keep in mind that if we have a lot of people who want to talk about one item, you might guess which one that is. We might limit your time down to 2 minutes or 1 minute just so that we can fit everyone's voice in. And if that's not long enough, you can always email the board your thoughts. So with that said, we do have one item tonight that I believe is a non-agendized item, the way it was presented. So we're going to go ahead and call Joyce Davis right now for her item. And while Tracy is doing that, Bob, we have someone, Tasha, in the waiting room. Should she be let in?
Caitlin, we have Joyce Davis live.
Okay, Joyce, hi, you're on with the board. You have 3 minutes and I'll let you know when your time is up.
Good evening. Thank you very much. Do I start now?
Yes, thank you.
All right, fine. I'm going to speak quickly. I am the only Black woman working as a full-time administrator on a high school campus in the district. For those of you who do not know me, again, my name is Joyce Davis. I've been working at Branham for the last 5 years. In light of recent events and the last board meeting, I have determined that it is time you hear from me. Some of you may find the following statements forward and that they may make you feel uncomfortable. Please know that is not my primary intent. But if I live my life not speaking my truth for fear it might offend and discomfort white people, then it's as if there's something wrong with my truth, my life, and that is just not the case. I was very pleased when Dr. Bravo sent out an immediate response to the event that took place and resurged action in the Black Lives Matter movement again, and the ensuing unrest with regard to police brutality. It was affirming that he knew that that was the right thing to do, quickly respond, that it was a prudent thing to do, and it spoke to the knowledge that waiting any longer would have been unacceptable. As people of color, we are often asked to wait until a more appropriate time to voice concern is given. And it is noticeably evident the annoyance we get when we're regarded as pushy and request our needs be immediately dealt with. We are forced to build a case and come before people who share no experience to ours, to mine, for understanding and acceptance. I'm speaking specifically today to my disappointment. The board seemed to have a lack of urgency in meeting the obligation to the students of color, the staff of color, specifically the Black people who are students and educators in this district, where I am appreciative of the board's resolution statement of Black Lives Matter. I am concerned with the discussion that ensued with regard to the following resolution. Honestly, the optics on that was quite unattractive and disturbing. Whom of color in your community are you consulting with? When you sit around the table and speak with one another about topics that are of primary concern to people of color, whom are you referencing for issues that pertain to Black people? I am hopeful when I see white individuals en masse reading, marching, seeking answers, and engaged in self-reflection. I am excited when I experience students not waiting for direction from slow responding leadership and take charge to do something, to acknowledge and validate the experience of their peers of color. I would strongly suggest you continue to listen more closely to the students and people of color. The question I have had with those who are quick to hoist the banner of Black Lives Matter is, show me your board. And in the case of Campbell Union High School District, Show me your staff. This, you see, is a much better, fairer, and truer representation of your commitment to people of color and diversity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on to item 7A, which is comments from associations.
While we're waiting for that, I did want to point out, if you do turn off your screen, your window goes away. When you turn it back on, it comes on, and not everybody that we can see as a board is seen on the public display.
All right, thank you. So tonight we're going to be joined by Kim McCarthy from CHSD, and Tracy's making it happen.
Kaylin,
Yes.
I had trouble hearing some of the last caller's words. I had to sort of strain to hear everything.
Yeah,
I don't
Tracy,
know if that'll be true this time or not, but
yeah,
maybe
if
we
Tracy, if
get
you could
volume
hold
up.
the phone closer to the microphone this round. I cranked my speakers a little. That seemed to help.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, mine's down a bit. Okay.
Thank
Kim is
you.
live.
Hi, Kim, you're on with the board. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Kaylin. My name is Kim McCarthy. I am a social science teacher at Prospect High School and the president of Campbell High School Teachers Association. COVID doesn't care what we choose. Those are words from one of our members that I heard this week. I'm going to repeat it. COVID doesn't care what we choose. If we're paying attention to the science, we know this. We know that COVID is an airborne disease. We know that it is often asymptomatic among young people. We know that it can kill healthy people in the prime of their life, and that the risks of serious damage to health and death increase for people with pre-existing conditions and as people enter middle age and beyond. We are now in a time where the rates of infection and hospitalization are rapidly rising as a result of relaxed restrictions, without even entering a second wave. We know that the fall and winter, with increased time spent indoors in the flu season, will likely make the pandemic much worse. We know that this board, even though there is a room large enough to maintain a 6-foot physical distance, meets via video conferencing rather than in person. We all know that the world will not return to anything near normal anytime soon. In a communication from Superintendent Bravo this week, he included a link to a document that represents perspectives from a number of organizations, such as the ACLU, the Children's Defense Fund, and public advocates. A quote from the document reads, "One of the many recent studies about expected learning loss by the management consulting group McKinsey and Company delivered a stark warning about the economic impact of learning loss that may result from COVID-19, especially if districts rely on distance learning that varies significantly in quality." I want to emphasize this. If districts rely on distance learning that varies significantly in quality. What happened in mid-March and completed through June or the end of May was not really an online distance learning model. It was emergency remote teaching. CHSD has surveyed our members and believes that the board should adopt the recommendation of the Reopening Schools Committee by committing to a distance learning model for the entire fall semester. The idea that teachers and students could effectively move between distance learning and some sort of hybrid model is unrealistic. This week, between 2,000 and 3,000 teachers across the globe are attending 10 hours of classes taught by teachers at the Stanford Online High School on teaching your class online, essentials in practice. Hundreds of Bay Area teachers were in the workshop, including many teachers from CUHSD. According to the presenters, the most difficult and ineffective model for students and teachers is the hybrid approach, where students engage in distance learning and in-person classes. Even if this model was effective, switching between learning, teaching modes in response to variations in COVID infection rates would create ongoing uncertainty for students, families, faculty, and staff. Making a commitment to distance learning for the fall semester would allow all stakeholders to focus their time, energy, and resources to a single model for learning. Teachers are desperate for professional development that will help them improve the quality and consistency of distance learning. Improving the quality of distance learning will not be done by simply requiring teachers to come into their classroom to teach. It will not be done by simply requiring teachers to teach their class live or synchronously. It will be done by investing in the training, technology, and resources to make our distance learning model the highest quality possible. One of the lessons learned from our experience in the spring was that while teachers have a fair amount of control over what happens in their classroom, they have much less control over what happens in a student's home. We know that both students and teachers struggled with reliable internet access, access to computers and technology, juggling childcare responsibilities, challenges in finding quiet workspaces, and for some of our students, work schedules that conflicted with classes as they engaged in essential work to financially support their families. This is why an asynchronous approach is so important. To close, I've heard a rumor that school districts are preparing templates of letters to be sent to school communities upon the COVID-related death of a staff member or student. Will CUHSD follow Houston Independent School District's lead and provide a webinar this year for estate planning? Clearly, your decisions are literally a matter of life and death to our members, our students, and our community. Please keep that in mind as you make any decisions about any of our schools or staff returning to in-person. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. And board, just really quick, how was that on being able to hear it? Was a little quiet and muffled? Okay, yeah. Tracy, try a new distance from the mic on the next one, maybe. But
I heard it clear.
Well, you need to give us a link to some speakers, Robert, because it was not. I heard you could hear everything. I could hear everything and understand it. It was a little.
Kim was very clear. I have notes I can pass on.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So that's gonna take us to item. Actually, there's no one from CSEA or SEIU. Is that correct? Okay. Item 8, Superintendent's report. Dr. Bravo.
Sorry, I always forget to unmute myself.
Okay.
So trustees, as you know, I informed the community yesterday that I'm going to be recommending tonight that we start the fall semester with distance learning for all students. I would like to see us work to create opportunities for in-person student support as the semester progresses if possible. We've heard, I think we, meaning yourselves, we've gotten plenty of emails from community members about the start of the school year. And I think we all recognize it's a complex and emotional issue. Districts across the state and the country are being faced with decisions that have never had to be made before as we struggle to make sense of the conflicting guidance and ever-changing science on the spread of COVID-19. Regardless of the difficult road ahead, however, we remain committed to providing an educational program that fits the needs of our diverse community. So I make the recommendation for distance learning with a lot of mixed feelings and in many ways a heavy heart, because I believe that distance learning can never take the place of in-person learning. But based on my conversation with the superintendents of our neighboring districts, recommendations from our reopening steering committee, and correspondence with teachers and parents, I've come to believe that distance learning is the most prudent way to start the school year and prioritize the health and safety of our teachers, administrators, support staff, and students. And I do want to say that while I've gotten plenty of messages from parents who were hoping that we would remain in distance learning, I have also, it hasn't been one-sided. I've also heard from parents who are angry that I'm not recommending an in-person option. And for those parents who are angry or disappointed, I want you to know that I understand, and I am disappointed myself. On Tuesday, the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine issued a new report weighing the health risks of reopening K-12 schools against the educational risks of providing no in-person instruction. And that report concludes that school districts should prioritize reopening schools full-time, but especially for grades K-5 and for students with special needs. And that without in-person instruction, schools risk children falling behind academically and exacerbating educational inequities. And I appreciate the sentiments of the National Academies. And I just want to make sure that you hear me say that I promise to you that to the greatest extent possible, my recommendations will be science-based, but with the understanding that the science of COVID is relatively young and is still evolving. We know that information and guidelines for coronavirus change frequently, and we have to be prepared to change with it. What the science seems to be indicating now is that young children are not spreaders of COVID-19 the way adults are. However, COVID-19 in teenagers may act more similarly to the way it does in adults. Countries such as Germany and South Korea have had mostly success in reopening schools, but they've done so with far less community transmission and more public participation in mask wearing and greater access to testing than we have now in California. Israel had initial success with reopening schools when openings were limited to early grades only, but then had to close schools again when they hurriedly reopened the remaining grades. So based on what I know now from science and the experience of other countries, if my own son's school offered in-person instruction for second grade, I would send him. But I do not believe we're ready for high school students or the adult students in case and our staff to return in force. And these are the reasons why I recommend starting with distance learning, focusing on the recovery and acceleration of learning, and working to provide in-person services to small groups of students when and if that is possible to do safely. It's been my wish over the last few months that federal and state government officials would provide us with more direct leadership rather than guidance and suggestions, but that's not where we are. At a briefing yesterday, State Superintendent Thurman said, "I do think that if school had to open tomorrow, most of our districts would open in distance learning. And that is a decision that I think is a good decision if conditions don't change." It was announced today that Governor Newsom will provide updates to school guidance and the state's response to the pandemic tomorrow at noon. So, as has been the norm, we will need to be prepared to react to changing conditions. State law passed this summer requires that each district board adopt by September 30th a learning continuity and attendance plan that explains how the district will implement distance learning. This new report must be presented at 2 public hearings prior to adoption. Similar to the annual LCAP, districts must seek extensive public feedback and explain how the public suggestions influence their plans. On Tuesday, the state released a draft of the plan template we will need to complete. The report of the Reopening Steering Committee, our Reopening Steering Committee, which is available on the website, will be the starting point for our learning continuity and attendance plan. It includes the perspective of staff, parents, and students and offers several recommendations for how to improve the distance learning that we experienced in the spring. Additionally, my recommendation for student support hubs, possibly after the first 6 weeks, could provide academic and socioeconomic support to students with the greatest need and ensuring that we attend to equity concerns moving forward. I hope that we can move rapidly to finalize the details that will be necessary to start sharing the learning continuity and attendance plan with the public as soon as possible. We are currently negotiating with our various labor partners. The success of our instructional program depends on our teachers, administrators, and support staff, and we hope we can agree to guidelines and expectation for distance learning that best meet the needs of students. For example, while state law does set forth a daily attendance and live interaction requirement, it does not set forth requirements as to how much of distance learning needs to be composed of students and teachers being online at the same time. Yet the draft plan template does ask districts to describe how they will assess pupil progress through live contacts and synchronous instructional minutes. So I believe that it's crucial to guarantee students regular and direct access to their teachers and support staff for instruction and guidance, and that we have to identify what this looks like. So as the saying goes, the devil is in the details, and I thank the negotiating teams for their hard work around issues such as these. So tonight, when we transition to the actual item around response to COVID, I'll be walking you through some slides that provide further information on our proposed plans for the 2021 school year, and then seek your response, reaction, and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. And we did put 16C right after this because I think that report and the next piece is related. That said, there are 10 comments for item 16C. And so, board, my plan is to limit the comments to 2 minutes, which would get us right at the 20-minute mark, if that's the pleasure of the board. If anyone disagrees with that, let's hash it out and then.
I concur
I think that'll put it over 20 minutes just with the
transitions. Yeah.
But
yeah, but you know,
it's going to give us 30 maybe. That's fine.
Okay, great. So Tracy, our first is Liz Tanner.
Okay, we have Liz Tanner live.
Hi, Liz. You're on with the board, with staff, and you're streaming live on the internet. We have reduced our comments to 2 minutes tonight just to try to fit everyone in. So I'll start the timer when you begin.
Okay, great. I'll be quick. Thanks, Kaylin. Hi, my name's Liz Tanner, and I teach social science at the high school. I'm calling tonight to speak about a couple issues with the reopening plan. One was about class size. I heard a rumor that there is a proposal to have 5 additional students added per teacher section. And thinking about a full-time teacher, that's 5 times 5, that's 25. That's almost a whole other class, which, surveys and information gathered by CUHSD showed that people spent a lot more time grading and bookkeeping during distance learning, and so in the spring, the emergency distance learning. And so that makes me feel exhausted even before the school year starts, thinking of adding possibly 25 more students per class, and also seems like a huge disservice to students. So trying to plan for the next year, it would be really great to not have that as a burden, because I know a lot of teachers are trying to scribble and improve their distant learning instruction. Kim McCarthy mentioned the Stanford class. I've been doing that as well. And not to be morbid, but also working on updating my living trust and life insurance policies, just in case we are asked to go back before the curve has flattened. Which brings me to my second point about, I urge you to commit for the entire semester for distance learning. 6 weeks is not enough. It'll dump us right into the fall when the second wave was expected to happen, although that
really
might
sorry,
be outdated information now.
That's our time. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Bye.
All right, next up we have Barbara Schremp. And Tracy, maybe try holding it a little farther from the mic this time. That might,
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm trying to adjust on every call. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
You're doing a great job, Tracy.
Yeah.
Thank Okay, we have Barbara on the phone.
All right. Hi, Barbara. You're on with the board with staff. You're live on the internet, and we've reduced the time to 2 minutes just to fit in all the comments tonight. So I'll start the timer when you begin.
Okay, thank you. This is Barbara Schremp. I'm a teacher from Branham High School, but I'm going to be reading the comments from a fellow teacher who was not able to attend tonight. The following is a comment from Stephen Turner, who is a math and computer science teacher at Branham High School. As a member of both the Reopening Steering Committee and the Continuum for Instructional Plans Subcommittee, I was concerned to hear about the slight deviation from fully committing to distance learning for the entire fall semester. Students and teachers need stability for effective instruction, and changing how instruction is delivered partway through the semester would be extremely disruptive. Last year, we had 3 weeks to prepare for distance learning in phase 2. It took weeks for students and teachers to become familiar with the distance learning, which left instructional gaps we will need to recover this school year. Our school communities should not have to worry about a sudden shift in instruction, as the district has the ability to maintain one learning environment, distance learning. Furthermore, having 72 hours to prepare for hybrid learning is an insufficient amount of time for schools to transition effectively. Neither students nor teachers have experience with a hybrid learning schedule. Conversely, setting aside weeks to prepare for hybrid or in-person learning would also create a huge disruption to instruction. It takes time to create lessons and units tailored to different learning environments. We have less than 1 month to prepare for the first day of school. Students and teachers need to know what school will look like and prepare appropriately for that first day. Knowing that the district could change the school learning setting creates uncertainty and gives me anxiety as I build my distance learning lessons today. Am I using my time wisely, creating new lessons for distance learning in advance when the situation may change 2 weeks into the school year? Will students be motivated to learn our online systems and new forms of instruction if they think it will all disappear before the end of the semester? I strongly advise against any consideration for a district plan that can switch between physical, hybrid, remote learning.
Barbara, I'm really sorry. That's the time. So if there's more on that email, can you email it to the board?
That's it.
Okay. Oh, perfect. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Nicole Vidmar.
We have Nicole on the phone.
Hey, Nicole, you're on with the board. You're on with staff and you're live on the internet. We reduced our time to 2 minutes today just to fit in all the comments. And so I'll start the timer whenever you begin.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Nicole Vidma. I'm a math teacher at Lee High School. I wanted to call and first echo a lot of the sentiments of Kim and Liz and the caller before me, that I think for the stress and anxiety levels of your students and teachers, we should commit to a full semester of distance learning and not worry about a shift happening within a 3-day notice. That's an unreasonable expectation for students and staff to be able to shift that quickly. I also wanted to stress that I hope the planning committees and the board are putting a lot of time and effort into protocol for when we do return to school, such as when are we telling students and teachers that they are not allowed to attend school? Is it when they have known exposure, when they have positive tests? What is going to happen? Testing, yes, is free and available, but we were recently exposed through my husband's work, and pop-ups are not available 7 days a week. When it was available to us, we had to wait 3.5 hours in a line to get tested and then wait several more days for results. So these are things that we need to have plans in place for so that we can mitigate the stresses and interferences to teaching and learning that would happen were we to put people back together on the school campus. These are very disruptive to life and learning. And as you know, families could be sending kids to 3 different schools with adults going to 2 different workplaces, and exposure is going to happen frequently. So these are things that I hope you guys are making solid and smart plans for if any sort of return to school is happening this semester as well as next semester.
All right, thank you, Nicole. And that's time. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Also, Tracy, that was perfect.
Yeah. So next up is Diana Joseph. Can you all hear my timer when it goes off? Does that travel through? Okay, cool.
Yes.
Zoom is really good audio canceling software, so I wasn't sure if that would make it.
You're shutting it off a little quick though.
Galen, does it make a pinging sound?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was something else in my house. I was going,
Yeah. So it's not your oven. It's not the microwave. And staff, if staff needs to turn their cameras off, I think, the board should have them on. Eric,
Diana is live.
please feel free.
Ooh, I need to hit mute on my computer. Okay. Hi.
Yeah, so Diana, hi, you're on with the board. We've limited time to 2 minutes tonight. And so just whenever you're ready.
Got it. Hi, my name is Diana Joseph. I'm a parent of a rising junior and a rising freshman at Del Mar. This is the most difficult situation we've ever faced as a global community, and education, like all of education, will decide how this turns out in the history books. So the work that you're doing here is the most important work there is to do right now. Thank you for doing it. This disruption is scary, and it's also a huge opportunity because we can't do what we've always done. We get to look at what we could be doing. What do we really want for our children? How can we take advantage of the situation to make that happen? And we can do that in a distance learning situation. The whole world is there in distance learning. Black Lives Matter. This has everything to do with racial justice and economic justice. We have to make sure that students get a great learning experience, including students with babysitting responsibilities, students with family support responsibilities, students with limited cash for supplementation, students with limited internet, students with limited technology. We need to make sure that we're serving all students with a great experience. And finally, as a parent, I'm not sure how to contribute. I'm not sure how to help. Tell me how to help. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Anya O'Donovan.
Kaylin, can you repeat the name?
Yeah, Anya O'Donovan.
Is live.
All right, hi Anya, you're on with the board. You're live streaming on the internet and we reduced our comments to 2 minutes tonight. So whenever you begin, I'll start the timer.
Okay, thank you.
So you can begin.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Sorry. As a parent, I want to say thank you to everyone for working so hard to figure out next steps as we move forward. I very much appreciate the time and effort you are putting into ensuring we take care of our students. I have 2 comments. First, I want to ask, I'm sorry, I think I have feedback here. First, I want to ask about the format that distance learning will take. I don't think the most important question is whether we are synchronous or asynchronous. I think we need to look more at the quality of the experience and the content. I'd like to ask that the district consider supplementing with already established curriculum, such as UC Scout or BYU. These programs already have online curriculum for over 60 high school subjects. My understanding is that UC Scout is providing this curriculum to California public schools for free. Rather than asking each individual teacher to create their own curriculum, we could potentially use these tools to make online learning better for students and easier for teachers. My second comment is to do with funding. The primary reason our public schools cannot reopen is because we do not have the funds to do so safely. All of the additional needs at schools due to COVID, for example, extra washing stations, PPE for teachers, tech support for teachers, etc., require money. Our budget has been cut by $5 million this year at a time when we need more money. Our community needs to come together to advocate for more funding at the local, state, and federal level. We need to start prioritizing the education of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Christina McQueen.
One second. McQueen from Lee High School. I'm a Spanish teacher there. And I just want to first off echo what the mother of the junior at Del Mar mentioned. I don't have those in my notes, but here's what I have to say. I'm here to talk about committing to distance learning for the fall semester and then reevaluating for the spring semester. Currently, cases are spiking in Santa Clara County. We still do not fully understand what the long-term effects are. If you contract it and you don't die from it, there still can be permanent damage, such as honeycomb lungs. There are athletes in our county who have contracted it and whose lungs now operate at a 20% less efficiency. I don't want any of this trauma, permanent damage, or mortality for myself, my students, and most importantly, my family at home. My husband, Brian, is working from home. My daughter, Mayari, is 3.5 years old and will not be attending preschool. My baby boy, Hunter, will just be turning 9 months old. And finally, my parents, Les and Maria, who moved in with us to watch their grandchildren grow up. My mom is diabetic. She's a cancer survivor. She has heart conditions and other health problems, as well as my dad. I do not want to bring this virus home to my family, as being in a classroom with our number of students is considered a high-risk environment. Please, for the health and safety of our community, our students, teachers, and staff, and families at home, please commit to distance learning for at least the fall semester. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. All right, so skip one. Next up, we have Anupama Tendon.
Okay, we have Anupama on the phone.
Hey, you're on with the board. You're live streaming and you have 2 minutes and you'll hear a ding when your time is up.
All right, thank you. I am Anupama Tandon from Westmont High School. respected Dr. Bravo and members of the board. It greatly pains me that I'm here to request you to protect me and my family from getting exposed to COVID and possibly dying only because the district does not potentially understand the extent and nature of danger that comes from it. Wanting the teachers in person on campus and expressing an intent of switching to a hybrid model ASAP shows an indifference and lack of empathy for the teachers and their families. I live with my husband, who's 54 years old, and my mother-in-law. My husband has an underlying heart condition, has undergone an open heart surgery. My mother-in-law is 87 and has hypertension. Both are at high risk for COVID. Let me also point out that even our two children who have not come back from colleges since the colleges closed, only because they know they could infect us and wanted our safety. How is it that the district is ignorant that any person-to-person interaction could become the cause of someone's death? Will the district take responsibility if a teacher gets COVID and infects others at school and home? How do you expect the teachers to do justice to students when they themselves will be stressed about their safety on campus? I urge you to please take a humanistic approach, just like other Bay Area districts are doing, for whom safety of staff, students, and families come first. And so they have decided to keep schools online for fall or until there are 0 cases in a week. Why is our district oblivious to this? Is it important to have a teacher answer student questions in person or the life of the teacher herself? In case an adult on campus catches COVID and dies, will it be school as usual? Would that be considered an accidental death or could it have been avoided? I do not think you have given a thought on this. Else we would not be negotiating for our and our dear ones' lives with you. Please do what should be rightly done now. We are also eager as teachers to come back, but when it is completely safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Samin Schoenherr.
Okay, we have Samin on the phone.
Hey, Samin, you're on with the board, you're on with staff, you're on the internet, and you have 2 minutes. You hear a timer when your time is up.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks. First, I'd like to thank the reopening committee for reconsidering the reopening plans and moving to an online model for students in the fall. With that said, I still have some concerns I'd like to share. I'm concerned about an idea I've heard of reevaluating how to move to a hybrid model sometime during the semester and only giving 72 hours notice if such a move happens. One of the things that made the spring closure so problematic was bouncing back and forth between schedules. It's not a simple thing to move curriculum from online to in-person and back again. Many teachers are giving up their time in the summer to attend webinars, seek out PD, and reading articles and books about how to effectively move their instruction online. The most ineffective form of hybrid instruction is teaching students in person and online simultaneously. It is often the online students that suffer the most from this type of hybrid instruction. I know that many parents and students struggled with online instruction in the spring, but how much more effective will in-person instruction be when we have to maintain social distancing? Many of the things that make coming in person will not be available. There will not be the social interactions like mingling in the hallways, socializing in the bathrooms, and eating lunch together like they've done in the past. As far as instruction goes, there will not be group work, and a lot of the techniques that teachers use to engage students require circulating the classroom and having the students work together, and that won't be possible with the social distancing. Is it really worth risking the lives of or long-term health of students and teachers for this? Asking teachers to prepare their curriculum for online and in-person almost doubles the amount of work they will have to do. And if our class size grows larger, giving the personalized feedback which helps make online instruction more effective will become even more difficult. I'm asking that you stick with an online model for the entire fall semester and then reevaluate what model to use for the spring. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Amy Rochelau. And I apologize if I mispronounce that.
Kilman, is that Richelieu?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we have Amy on the phone.
All right, hi Amy, you're on with the board. You're on the internet, and you have 2 minutes, and your timer. You'll hear a timer when your time is up.
Okay, great, thank you. Hi, my name is Amy Rushlow, and I teach at Lee High School. And I'm going to talk about my concerns for the reopening. To start off, I'd like to make a note that we are trying to determine if we should be in-person teaching or not, and we are doing this remotely and at a distance. So until we feel safe in person for all settings, for everything, I don't think our schools should reopen. To start off, last semester, neither the teachers nor the district were prepared for distant learning. What happened is all teachers just put in the extra hours to figure out, scrambled to make it work. And we did, and we should learn from that, and we should not be made to scramble again. To change over your class from in-person instruction to distant learning isn't as simple as just uploading documents to do it. You'll have to revamp or completely recreate units, and that takes time, a lot of time. And the sooner a decision is made, the sooner we can get working. I am honestly embarrassed and ashamed each time someone asks me what my district is doing this fall, because with less than a month from the first day of school, my answer is still, I don't know. Dr. Bravo made it clear in his letter that we're going to start off temporarily with distant learning, and tonight as well. But we may switch to a hybrid model, and this would be a huge failure for our students, I think, because we need to give them the best and most consistent instruction that we can. There should not be an option of switching to a hybrid model, especially when the virus is still a threat. How do we deal with someone who tests positive for COVID and goes on our campus, be it a student or a teacher? Do we shut down the school? If it's a teacher, do all their students now have to quarantine? Do all the friends who may have interacted socially or in other classes with all those students also quarantine? What do we do if a student or teacher is exposed outside of school? If someone contracts COVID at school, do we switch to distant learning immediately? What's our number of casualties that we're willing to allow to contract the virus before we would end up having to go back to distant learning? The list can go on for these questions, but the reality is that it isn't safe to have large groups of people together, and that's just what school is set up as.
All right. That's our time. I'm so sorry. If you have more, if you could please email it to the board and CC Dr. Bravo. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, next up we have Kyra Durant.
Okay, we have Kyra on the phone.
Hi, Kyra, you're on with the board, you're on with staff, you're on the internet, and you have 2 minutes. You'll hear a timer when your time is up.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kyra Durant. I'm a teacher in TOSA over at Del Mar, and I was on the reopening committee. I stand by the recommendations, but I actually wanted to call out a specific part of the recommendations that I very strongly believe in, which is the cohort teacher outreach model. I won't describe it in detail because it's in the document, but I just wanted to emphasize that I believe that model is a really important part of the recommendations. And I wanted to emphasize the fact that I think that model is going to be a way for us to carry out our recommitment and our rededication to equity in the district. I think having a place where we are making sure that every single one of our students has an adult on campus who is checking in with them regularly is so important in achieving and continuing to work towards equity. So I just wanted to call that out and how strongly I believe it's important. And while I'm live on the internet, I would be remiss if I did not say that Black Lives Matter and to arrest the cops that killed Breonna Taylor. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyra. All right, and our last public comment for item 16C is Willie Isaias.
Okay, I have Willie on the phone.
Hey, Willie, you're on with the board,
Yeah,
you're on with staff, and you're on the internet. You have 2 minutes and you hear a timer when your time is up.
Sure. My name is Willie Iglesias. I'm a parent from Branham High School. I've been listening to you guys online, and there's a couple of questions I do have. Is a lot of the comments and have been around that starts with the teachers and staff, and then after that comes the students and parents. As a parent, we pay our taxes to the school, and we want to know, why are we still funding the school every time you guys come to us for new property taxes if you're not taking into account what the parents are inputting? That's pretty much my comment. And
Okay, thank you very much. All right, and that concludes our public comments for item 16C. So we'll go ahead and move over to the presentation. I think Dr. Bravo, you're going to share your screen. You're also on mute.
I think Tracy is going to bring the PowerPoint or the slides up, I think. Yes, she is. Thank you. Okay, so if we can go on to the second slide, we're great. Oh no, it's intermission.
Well,
Okay, thank you. So this is just sort of to refresh everyone's memory that this is the strategic vision that was been laid out by the board, and our purpose, our mission, our guiding principles. And these still are the place that all of our work, the work of staff is trying to keep in alignment with all the parts of this strategic vision to the extent we can in the circumstances created by COVID, so that we want to continue to focus on equity. We want to continue to be accountable for continuous improvement. We don't want to be giving up when things get hard. We want high expectations of ourselves and students, and we want to be able and ready to leave our comfort zones to create new possibilities. So in that context, I could have the next slide. So this is an overview of the roadmap to the fall of 2020. And in the springtime, to engage stakeholders and solicit input for the 2021 academic year, we created the Reopening Steering Committee. And that steering committee submitted initial recommendations. And at the initial time, in its first work, in the first sort of half of its life, a lot of members of the Reopening Steering Committee really spent a lot of time looking at possibilities related to what might we need to do if we were to come back in some sort of a hybrid scenario. But let's come then to early summer. So we did start preparing facilities and school sites for the start of the school year. So we have been working on things like putting in plexiglass partitions at offices and desks and things like that, and other kinds of things to have facilities prepared for a physical return to school if possible. We were able to receive finally, the guidance from our own county health officials about what the expectations might be around physical reopening, gathered more input from stakeholders, and then the reopening steering committee submitted final recommendations. And when it came time for the final recommendations, the willingness or belief that moving to a hybrid model had really changed. And a lot of circumstances have changed between spring and now. And so I totally understand the reasons why there were some shifts in the reopening steering committee's final recommendations that we should do distance learning. So right now we're engaged with bargaining with our labor partners around the effects of whatever changes might need to be made because of COVID. We are looking to arrange for professional development options to continue to try and support robust distance learning. We are carrying out the rollout of the one-to-one Chromebook program at all of our school sites to ensure access to technology, and are implementing site plans for outreach and communication to families. So my recommendation, and of course, board, ultimately, I'll be looking for your affirmation, or if you are not comfortable with the recommendation, to go to distance learning. But if we were to do that in the fall, we would monitor and support sites for their implementation of plans. And I would like us to remain open to adjusting plans based on new guidance or information. And I know that we heard from a number of teacher speakers tonight that addressed the board that they would like to hear a commitment that the first semester will be online in its entirety. And I can understand why this might be anxiety relieving in some ways. However, that could also just be delaying further the next time, you know, we will enter a space in which there's a lot of anxiety about what we should do. And COVID represents something that could be with us for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. That's a possibility. And so I would prefer, if we could, to concentrate more on when we think the conditions would allow for reopening, instead of immediately deciding now that for the next 6 months, it could not be a possibility to reopen. But again, I look for your guidance on this question. And then we need to develop the continuity of learning and attendance plan that I mentioned earlier in my comments. So there's a template. The final version of the template that the state is going to ask us to use is not yet available, but a draft is available. It's going to ask us that if we are doing distance learning, what things are we putting in place to assure that it will be of a higher level of rigor than it was potentially in the spring. So if I can have the next slide, please. So throughout the decision-making process, the reopening steering committee and its subcommittee, that included participation. The steering committee was not 76, but when you add in the people that participated in subcommittees, 76 members from across all the sites, including teachers, classified management administrators. And to inform their work, there were 2 different staff and faculty surveys with approximately 470 participants for each, a student survey with over 1,300 students who took it, and a parent survey with over 1,800 students participated in. And we have tried to work with labor partners through this process. They nominated or approved all the teacher members of the steering committee. And we're working also through a professional development committee right now in preparation for the fall. And then Meredith Hudson has weekly meetings with labor partners and negotiations. We have engaged with our DLAC, our Superintendent Student Advisory Council, President Council, those kinds of committees that are already in place to get feedback throughout the process. Of course, closely studied the Santa Clara County Public Health Department reopening guidance. And we've had some virtual Q&A sessions like Facebook Lives or Zoom webinars with staff. Next slide. Thank you. And so these planning goals remain the same, and I've shared with these with you previously, that health and safety is paramount, that when feasible, we have in-person options. And I realize that the operative term there is when feasible. And people are naturally going to be worried about, well, how are we deciding feasibility? And I understand and respect that. Third, academic support with, and Kyra, who called in, the teacher from Del Mar who called in, talked about her strong support for having a cohort teacher outreach model with individual students checking in and getting academic support hotline to offer for tutoring supports, the explicit teaching of online skills as needed to students and families, teacher team collaboration time. We heard from our student trustees about the importance of streamlining technology platforms to be consistently used, so students aren't having to juggle between too many different applications, a multi-tiered system of support for mental health and well-being, community building activities, even if we are in a distance learning mode, and site-based communication teams to ensure important information is clearly communicated to all stakeholders. Next slide, please. So it was just at the end of last week and the first days of this week, we had a second survey of staff just to check in where they were at now. We had earlier given a survey to try and identify that if people were asked to return to work in person, what situations might be true for them. So 448 responded. This graph is showing you the responses from all staff. So both certificated and classified, meaning both teachers and counselors and clerical staff in the office, etc. So 52% said that they would need no accommodations to return to work in person. And we had 3% who said they had a medical condition verified by a doctor that would prevent them from returning. 17% that pointed out they were in a high risk category for COVID-19. 27% who said that they have someone in the home who is at a high risk, in a high risk category for COVID-19. And then 18% that said that they would have child supervision needs impacting the ability to return to the work site 1 or more days if they were to return in person. Next slide, please. This next slide breaks down for you this information this is teachers only. So same questions, but now this is teachers only. So the total respondents is down to 293 here. But 48% of teachers said no accommodations necessary. 4 did say they had a medical condition. 18% said they were in a high risk category for COVID-19. 28% said they do have someone in their home who is in a high risk category, and 22% who said that they would have child supervision needs that would impact their ability to return to a work site 1 or more days a week if we were to ask them to do that. Next slide. And then we were looking to see at the level of comfort that staff had with coming back. And we asked for people to identify on a sliding scale their level of comfort from I'm afraid to physically return to work to I'm comfortable physically returning to work at my school. And this is all staff response, and you can see that you have somewhat of a curve here where the majority, well, not the majority, I'm sorry, that's not right, but the largest group of respondents, 26%, said comfortable physically returning, but with small groups of students or staggered adult schedules. And if we take a look at this with teachers only, next slide, please. And this is where the teachers fell out, where we did have 41%. And again, this is relatively recent. We're talking about at the beginning of this week, 41% said they were comfortable returning with at least small groups of students or staggered adult schedules. And so while I do think that it would not, my recommendation, I cannot recommend immediate return to campus. I do think that we should remain open, as I said, to doing something like the student support hubs that I mentioned earlier, if possible, or something not necessarily for the primary delivery of curriculum, but maybe just for the support of students. Next slide, please. So the recommended instructional program that I have for you tonight is to go with distance learning for the start of the school year. And again, I think we heard a number of comments that people would be interested to know or want to know exactly how long would that be in effect. And so I think that that's definitely, again, something that I'll be looking for your feedback tonight. I would propose that we reassess that at the quarters. But we heard a lot of requests for a semester, and that's open to discussion. I would like for there to be as much live online instruction as possible. And to comment a little bit on that, I don't mean it to say that a teacher would be talking at students for an hour or 70 minutes. That's not really what's meant there by instruction, because that's just talking, that's lecturing. I really mean that there is spaces where the teacher and the student are available online at the same time. So maybe the teacher isn't presenting, but the teacher is available to answer a question or work with small groups of students, etc. We definitely want to have a consistent schedule, because that's one of the things that in the early days of the distance learning, we heard from families that sometimes it was confusing when people had different schedules going on. I am recommending a day for staff collaboration and student support. And you'll see this in the schedule that I'm going to show in a moment. We would need to do something around daily attendance. That's a requirement of the law, and have virtual office hours or teacher outreach time. And so the second part of this particular chart talks about the student support hubs, and this is tentative. And this is something that several districts in the Bay Area are looking at doing. West Contra Costa especially has received some attention from EdSource around this concept. But this is some thought of having perhaps some way for some small numbers of students to have face-to-face supports, whether it be therapeutic services or other services related to special education. Maybe they just need technology help. Maybe they need counseling support. Maybe it's some English language development support. I will be honest with you, exactly the details of how this would operate, and specifically how if we could do this, which students and how they would get connected to it would be something still in development. And again, we're looking at these hubs not being part of the initial reopening. Next slide, please. So what are the most important aspects of distance learning? Well, in the spring, what we heard from the reopening survey results is the staff told us that consistent platforms, places to find assignments, feedback, grades, etc., that was very important. We heard that communicating learning expectations online was important. Communication with families about how to support online learning was important, and checking in with students about their social emotional well-being. From the community survey, which was completed mostly by parents, they also pointed out the importance of consistent platforms. They called out live or synchronous meetings or lessons with teachers. They asked for frequent feedback on student progress and communicating learning expectations online. Next paragraph. And what did we, and this, I shared this data with you previously, but I just wanted to share it with you again. What did we hear from students about their survey? And we asked students how about their academic motivation, and are they trying hard at schoolwork done at home? And this graph shows you the average percent of respondents who are reporting that they strongly agreed or agreed that they were trying hard at schoolwork done at home. And the way it's disaggregated here is it compares those students' responses between students who interacted with teachers one to three days a week versus interaction with their teachers 4 or more days a week. And you can see that it is not necessarily causation. I recognize that correlation is not causation, but the more frequently teachers did have interaction with their teachers, the more they did say they were motivated to try hard at schoolwork that they were doing at home. Next slide, please.
Bob, that's a new slide. It's a different question.
Yes, thank you.
No problem.
We also asked students about sadness and were they feeling sad and down over the past month. And so here on this chart, here we see that students were less likely to report feeling sad over the prior month if more days per week, the more days per week they interacted with teachers. Again, correlation is not causation. There could be a chicken and egg relationship going on here. But what we know is that that for students that interacted with a teacher less than 4 days, they were much more likely to say they were feeling sad or down than those who were interacting 4 or more days. Next slide. So this is the distance learning sample schedule from the Reopening Steering Committee's report. And again, I do want to underline that I am fully supportive of the Reopening Steering Committee's recommendations, with the one exception that I do not think that if we can avoid it, we should necessarily tell people right now in July that there's no possibility of in-person learning until January. That just seems like a lot of time to go by without allowing for some potential advances in science or our understanding of COVID to do something differently. I definitely can understand that people would not want that decision to be made willy-nilly, and I wouldn't advocate that we do that. But I would like us to see us remain open. But again, this is one of the areas where I'm looking specifically for your guidance. So in this sample, though, from the Reopening Steering Committee, this gives you a sense of what the week would look like, including places for teacher office hours, and then instructional periods, and then in the afternoon, individualized teacher outreach or another opportunity for office hours. So on Wednesday, teachers would have time for teacher course-alike collaboration. There would still be some contacts with students by some staff on this day because we are obliged by the new state law. There needs to be live interaction every day to make your 180 days. But I do think that time for teacher course-alike collaboration, I think that's always been an important thing. But I think it's even more important now as we're hearing both from teachers, parents, students about the wish to try and make things as consistent across classes as possible. Next slide. So around the question of of synchronous and asynchronous learning. That means a lot of things differently to different people. And so I think we're better off if we really talk about teachers and students being together live or at the same time. And again, I think that it doesn't mean that a teacher should be a sage on the stage, as they say, you know, for a whole period, but that teachers are available for students as much as possible. And there is a group that's being known as the Equity Coalition that has been and continues to advocate with the state legislature that students receive at least 3 hours of face-to-face time a day as a minimum requirement. So while the state law currently, the legislature did put in that there has to be some live interaction a day, every day. They didn't say exactly how much that was, and this is the recommendation based on the recommendation of the organizations you see on the screen. And I think that to the extent possible, I know that I personally support the recommendation. Next paragraph, I'm sorry, next slide. So robust distance learning model. So we want to accelerate learning for all students. So we would like to, in as much as possible, have, again, live experiences with teachers, but we recognize that some students may have challenges to receiving curriculum at a particular time of day, especially in light of the fact if the elementary schools also do not return in person, then we could have students who have to watch out for little brother and sister, or students who take jobs to support the family. And so I don't want anyone to think that we're suggesting that it's all or nothing when it comes to being live or not, but I think we need to provide both kinds of opportunities to students with multiple modes of access to teaching and learning. Part of the reason why I think that more collaboration time is so important, because when we are on the distance learning mode, that there needs to be more than ever an emphasis on the essential standards and skills in each course. And often we cover a lot of different standards in a given course, but not all of them are equally essential for students to be successful in their next year. And so I think that whether it's learning to use consistent strategies or organize course materials or the limited platforms or identifying and assessing the essential standards, I think that's why teacher collaboration time is at a premium. I agree with the reopening steering committee that we should return to the traditional letter grades. I think that spring, an initial experience with distance learning for so many people would have called into question the extent to which we could accurately parse between an A and a B and a C. But again, considering that likely that we need to prepare for the possibility that COVID is going to be with us for years, not just months anymore. I think it is time to return to a letter grade system. And again, back to this idea that that the CUHSD called and talked about one-to-one connections between teachers and a cohort of about 20 students weekly to provide a student with a point person that they know is looking out for them. And then tiered intervention support for students with IEPs. Next slide, please. So what's next? Well, next week, bargaining with labor unions will continue as we hope to arrive to some agreements around the details of things like schedule. And then we want to start conducting another round of staff and community webinar, not around the plans, but also specifically, we need to start doing the work around, again, that plan that we will need to have 2 public hearings on and have you adopt before before September 30th. In regards to athletics, that's a question that is on many people's minds. CIF, the California Interscholastic Federation, which oversees athletics throughout the state, they have let us know that they are going to, that their target date for guidance around athletics is next week. And so we will be awaiting that to see what that looks like. In the following week, if needed, we will continue bargaining with our labor partners. And then it's time to prepare for the first day of school. So the week before the first day of school, have professional development opportunities for teachers, orientation or welcoming events for students, for our incoming 9th graders, and carrying out the remaining Chromebook distribution where we have one-to-one taking place. Can I have the next slide, please?
That is the last slide.
Was that the last one?
That's the last slide.
Sure is. Yeah, that's the last slide. So trustees, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. And I also look forward to your views around this question of how you feel about any kind of a timeline for letting people know that how long will we will start in distance learning. Well, if you disagree with starting in distance learning, I guess I need to hear that first. Secondly, if you don't disagree, how long do you think we need to propose for people that we are going to remain in that, or create some flexibility around the idea that we could change based on new information? And then anything else related to the plan that I've shared.
I've got a question, something I'd just like to clear up that's technical before we go into the real work. And that is the surveys of the teachers only and then the teachers plus staff. And this was the survey that had those who put no conditions on coming back, and then those who had a medical condition, high risk, someone at home, or childcare issues. And each one of those numbers had a % after it. But if you add up the first column, it comes to 120%, and the other column comes to 117%, which isn't possible.
Now, I saw Ms. Hudson nodding her head. Does that mean you want to talk about it, Ms. Hudson?
Happy to. We anticipated that staff might have multiple situations, and so it was, you could check multiple boxes, so it wouldn't add up to the 7%.
So some people checked more than one box?
That's right. So it could be childcare and someone at home.
Okay. All right. Got it.
Good catch there.
All right. Thank you.
I have 2 clarifying questions. One is in the plan that I saw, I think might not be the most updated. Is it still true that some of the special education classes would be meeting on campus, or has that changed since?
Right now, we don't see that happening again immediately at the start of school. It would be something we would want to hopefully continue to examine as things develop, and hopefully make some available if we can.
Okay. And then the second question was, one of the speakers referenced something around class size. Can you comment on that?
I'm going to ask Ms. Hudson to comment on that.
Sure. It's I think that is a component of negotiations where we have explored class sizes and being prepared for potentially having the need for more students. Hopefully that wouldn't last, more students in a class, that wouldn't last necessarily, but that is a part of the negotiations. And we've exchanged a round of proposals around that item, and the district is responding next, and we need to sort of look at that a little bit further in terms of class sizes.
So in what situation would there be that need?
I think, again, it's to be ready for a variety of situations. So we've got a couple of things. And I mean, in terms of, I think an example this year was the move quickly to distance, as we had to be ready for more students to move into a virtual or online PE class. They were originally part of sports PE. Now, that's not a great example as we look ahead at next year, because we'll have more information and more details, but it's to be prepared for potentially larger class sizes in a distance environment. Again, not our goal or our ideal, but to be prepared.
Okay, thank you.
You know, even given the sports and band PE going away, that seems like a pretty hefty increase in class size. And I will have to say that distance learning is going to make it even more imperative that teachers spend a lot of time giving feedback. I'm really concerned about the idea of upping class size at this point.
All right. Board, I can jump in with, I have a ton of notes I could just walk through. Do people have questions, thoughts?
Well, I have a couple more. The sample schedule, I do have a question. I'd like to know, it wasn't the sample schedule. It was the, hold on, I've got too many notes. The learning model, the distance learning model. Is all of the distance learning model, all of it, the work of the steering committee? Or is any part of it the work of district staff? Is it all the steering committee's work?
I'm endorsing the model as articulated by the committee. Again, the only difference that I have is that I would prefer not to completely rule out that anyone would have in-person learning for the entire first semester.
Okay.
But I understand the concerns you heard from callers, and that's why I'm especially interested in your feedback around that.
And has the idea of hubs, no one has said if the notion of, I think creating hubs is fine, but has anybody spelled out that these hubs would be staffed by teachers who volunteer to do this work? Yeah,
and that's what one of the things that I mentioned, we haven't really gone too far with the logistics around that. Because if we're in distance learning and people are teaching distance learning classes, they wouldn't be free necessarily to man these hubs. So yes, we would be looking for people who were perhaps interested in doing that as part of an extra work agreement.
Okay, so it would be voluntary then.
Yes.
Okay. And you already covered students who work or babysit, which is a concern to me. Has the idea of the voluntary hubs been discussed in bargaining yet or not?
It briefly came up today, but again, I think we've talked a little bit more about a framework for models, and so it briefly came up. And again, I think the language that we've been trying to bring forward in bargaining accounts for hubs or maybe some other variation, but not in depth.
Okay, and there was a mention of 2 public hearings. The 2 public hearings will be on what?
Those are going to be on the learning continuity plan, the new plan that the state is requiring all districts to submit when we do distance learning.
Okay, so we have to submit, it's sort of like the LCAP thing. We have to submit something to the state.
That's a great analogy. It's like, in fact, the acronym is LCAP. Because
yeah.
It was because LCAP is suspended. This is its replacement. And what it really is almost like a mini LCAP customized for COVID.
Okay. And well, I'm gonna save some of these things for later. So Kaylin, I think you need to have a turn while I reorganize my notes.
Yeah, sure. I can
go, Kaylin.
Yeah, go for it.
Keeping track of the notes between the 3 or 4 heavy items we have has been crazy. So I'm going to try to catch all of the things that I wrote down, prepared for myself, and then added as we heard some great speakers tonight. I had a question about, and I didn't find it anywhere, and maybe it's because I missed it, but CTE on our site, CTE with Silicon Valley CTE? What does that look like? What are our tech needs around that, or not at all? And I guess I would put in there junior college.
Okay, so in terms of CTE on our sites, right now we would include that in it needing to be distance learning through the beginning of the year. I would have to get in touch again and see where Silicon Valley SVCT is. At the last time that I communicated with their superintendent, they were trying to do some kind of an in-person learning program, although they were looking at a model. I think the favored model was one in which different districts would basically have their day on campus at the SVCTE campus to try and bring down the number of kids on campus at a time, or mixing between kids from different parts of town, etc. I don't know if that has changed in the last 2 weeks, and that's something that we would need to follow up with. And community colleges, Herman, do you know anything about
yes, we do. I'm working with Chris Dyer and West Valley President Stephanie Kashima. And so those classes are going to be offered online for our dual enrollment courses, and as well as our middle college and college advantage.
Is there a chance that the class times are going to interfere with our synchronous learning too? How are they working? What are they working on? Actually, don't answer that question. I just pointed it out. You guys are already working on it. How do we perceive counseling is going to look? Student services. There was some talk about, or the point Kyra made. If I could bounce onto that, I happened to be really lucky to be sitting next to the provost at Stanford University for 10 seasons of basketball. And that was a model that they were using 15 years ago, where every administrator had 5 students, or and they checked in and actually saw it in play where a student walked up. Now, of course, that was when we weren't in COVID, but he raved about how important he thought it was to have an adult talking to a college student and not letting them slip through the cracks. And so I'm very excited about the fact that our team came up with that, and they're suggesting that we take that on. Activities director, it's going to be totally different what we do. What do you see that being part of observation, part of coaching, part of where's it going to go?
When you say where is it going to go, are you?
What are we going to do with an activities director when we have no activities?
Oh, well, I think that's part of what we're talking about when we say trying to have community building activities, even if they are virtual. And so try to create those kinds of opportunities in as much as possible. If it is possible to do any kind of student hub, perhaps taking some leadership around organizing things related to that.
Okay. The questions I have around some points that were made in some emails we received about this, and and I think we heard it from Gitanjali too, about students being engaged, their monitors being on. That's the real world today. We're all doing it every day for every meeting I'm in. And that's the real world, and students should be involved that way. We've got a couple of emails that talked about how engaged students were. An email from Stephen Smith about how he tried to keep track of who was doing what, and reaching out and making it important. So I'm looking forward to seeing how we have that as part of our plan, and how it also, the point I heard too was, if a student has some type of situation where it's going to be that they can't be on the monitor, on the screen, then they'll have that opportunity to talk with their teacher about it. And obviously there's exceptions that need to be made, but for the most part, I think it should be the rule that we're engaged, and the teacher could then share why it's important. If that student still can't be on, I get it, it happens, but that should be probably our.
Well, I hate to admit it, but when I'm in a Zoom meeting and I go from the live camera to my picture, it's usually because I'm eating something. And it's not nice to eat in front of other people.
That's very kind of you.
Can I say one thing about turning cameras on?
Please.
Or would you rather finish?
Well, around that, my next part was going to be, you go ahead and say it and I'll go back and remind myself what that next part was.
Yeah, so I mean, having been a teacher and teaching to blank screens versus people I could see, definitely more engagement. We obviously see that from the data, and you know, just wanting to be aware that some of our students do not have that quiet space or do not have kind of a safe space that can be on the camera. And so I just want to underscore that point that that teachers really need to be making an effort to understand the situations that our students are in. While I also recognize that, yes, that would be ideal. But also keeping in mind the situations is just really important, and knowing that some people do not have the same space and luxury of their own background that others do.
Thank you for pointing that out. That's exactly what I was talking about with exceptions, and I know there are going to be some, and I expect that. And but thank you for pointing that out. It is true. We have an opt-out system for a lot of the things we do, but it appears that we're going to say you can't record unless we've told your parents 24 hours in advance, told you in advance. Why can't we just notice like we do on other things and have people opt out? Because I think it's going to be important that there's some recording going on. I think teachers are going to want that as part of being able to share what happened in class when we've got 3 or 4 students that have to work per se, or they have to take care of a grandparent. So I'm hoping that that's something we can work in. And it was also, what if we had something where a teacher felt like they needed to record some inappropriate behavior, so that will they not be allowed to do that based on what we're saying here? And why can't we just make that our norm, that if there's going to be a recording, there can be? Is there any answers to?
Well, I'm not sure if I understand exactly the scenario. I mean, I think that if there was inappropriate behavior on the part of a student, like at least like in Zoom world,
yeah,
you know, I think rather than record the behavior, it would seem to me that, you know, hopefully the teacher would put the student in the waiting room, you know, and just so the other students can keep on going, rather than have that student distract the rest of the class.
Okay, thank you. And the other part about recording their class?
Oh, I completely agree about doing something that is more of an opt-out, and that really at the start of the semester, that rather than any kind of continuous process of trying to get affirmative permission.
And then observations, teachers like to be coached, teachers like to hear from their peers. Can somebody make arrangements to be into a class? Does that have to be pre-cleared with everybody, or could a principal pop into a class like they could today in a classroom?
Yeah, we believe that administrators should be able to pop in.
And for the benefit of everybody, including the teacher in the class, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's it on those 2 pages of notes.
Phelan, could I ask for a 1-minute pause while I run and get something to drink, because and I don't want to miss anything. So the minute you see my face, 30 seconds. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go for it.
Just want to run and get something to drink. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I was just going to say about, turning cameras on for Zoom meetings. In the project I'm working on, nobody turns their cameras on because they're all multitasking. We all know it.
Okay, thank you.
It's a real challenge to get everybody to turn their cameras on. So it's not just trying to do distance learning. It's more prevalent than that.
I think that's people.
Some work meetings, I play video games and turn my camera off. And I'm an adult in a work environment, right? So I think there's
a school environment.
School environment, so that our kids may do that. I can jump through my thoughts really quick if that's help.
Go ahead.
I'll try to get to Bob's question, but I think to do so, I just kind of want to tell y'all where I'm at. First, just pointing out the irony that we're distanced on Zoom and deciding if kids are going to go back to school, right? Like there's a deep irony in that. And I think we need to acknowledge that. I think this is really, really, really tough for a lot of reasons. I think because there's been radical changes, there's been ups and downs and successes and failures as a country and as a community, where things look way worse today than they did even 3 weeks ago in our county. I think I'm personally frustrated because it's my personal belief it did not have to be this way. And I'm mad about that. It's hard because I think, over the last week, we've received emails and comments on things that are so polar opposite of what we should be doing, right? To full going back to full, we shouldn't be back for 5 years. It's tough, right? Because we're hearing all of it and kind of equally. It doesn't seem to be one side is that much stronger than the other. I think it's also hard because many people have decided that life is back to normal and they're going to barbecues and the beach and different things and not taking it as seriously as they did before. But it's different for a person to do that than a system to do that. And I think our response, it's hard for people to connect that because their life has gone back to normal, but I don't know if that we can. And then I think lastly, I think it's just deeply depressing. I think everyone in our district went into education as opposed to something else because we care about youth and we want to invest our life into making it stronger. And we are in a situation where that is not, we can see that is not fully possible right now. I have two assumptions I'm carrying with me right now. One is that everyone is trying the best they can. Even when there's disagreement, people are coming from a really good place. And it is natural to disagree from time to time. And there's a lot of agreement if you look at our plans, right? There's a lot of people agreeing on a lot of different things. The second thing, and I haven't heard really anyone say this, but I think this generation of students is going to have irreparable harm from this school year and last spring. I think they will feel these effects the rest of their lives. And I think we're kidding ourselves if we think we can even get remotely close to the learning that would happen before COVID and if they're in person. You don't have to agree with that, but that's my personal belief. And so the way I see our job is we need to minimize that damage to the best that we can and make sure students are supported through this year. And secondly, there are some silver linings too, right? There are new skills that this generation is learning that other generations will not have because they've been forced to adapt. They've been forced to engage in different ways. They're learning new skills that are going to set them up for success after high school too, right? So I think what really matters to me right now are three things. One, we need to have a very strong process. I actually really like the process we had. It involved getting a lot of people into a Zoom room and hashing this stuff out. I think our plan is actually very strong. It addresses things that Gitanjali and Riley were talking about, hey, each school is going to have one system. They're going to have one thing that they use. I think it builds on that continuous improvement plan. Second thing is we need to triple down on two-way communication. I think we've done a very good job at that, but I think, rumors spread quickly as we've seen sometimes in emails and comments, and it's, we need to be ahead of that and continuing to improve. And I think the third most important thing for me is that, we need our instruction to be radically better than it was in the spring. That's not a judgment on the spring. The spring, as someone said earlier, is an emergency situation, but is not acceptable for our students and our families over the next year. And I think to the extent that's the best way we can minimize that damage. And it's still, even if we knock it out of the park then it's not going to be close to what it could have been. That's going to take time. It's going to take training. It's going to take money. It's going to be holding everyone accountable from the board to the students. So big picture, I want to get to like what Bob actually asked, but that's kind of that's where I'm coming from, just so you all know. I've had 2 COVID scares in the last week. A week ago, I fell down hard, I got hit hard and I felt very sick. I did not have all the symptoms. It was hard for me to get a test because the appointments weren't available. The pop-ups, even though you're allowed to go, you're not really supposed to, and the lines were 2.5 hours. Pro tip, if you go to Gilroy right before things close, there's no line, but you have to drive to Gilroy. And then my roommates, I live with 2 college students and they work and they have to go to work to pay rent. One works at Baskin-Robbins and one of her coworkers got COVID and she had worked with her multiple times. And so we had a COVID scare. We had to go get tested again and we all were negative. But it's real and it feels very different when you're in that situation, sitting there getting the swab shoved in your nose, right? So I think what's most important is that we're really safe. We recognize this is a logistical nightmare that no one really has solved all over the world. And I think people really need time to think and plan and have some sort of sense of like stability within the plans for the year, right? Now, what I hear Bob saying is like, hey, I'm not necessarily pushing for us to go back in hybrid, but I want to leave the option open in case something changes, right? I hear that. I also think like, if it is a reassessment in a semester, I personally don't think that we will be able to go back. I think the fall is going to be a pretty dark time in our country's history, unfortunately. But I actually wouldn't mind keeping that open as an option in case we're all very wrong about that, right? And things have gone really, really well over the next few weeks. But at the end of the day, I think it's like, is the juice worth the squeeze on that? Does it matter? Or is it really just matter that we nail distance learning for the whole year? Because this could go on for the full year. My last thing, there's 3 groups I think really matter. Our students with special needs, I think we need to pay lots of attention to them and make sure that if there are in-person opportunities and their families are comfortable and it makes sense, that's something we should think about. Our students who are learning English as a second language, whatever that language is, this is going to be insanely hard. And third is I'm very concerned about the class of 2023. Starting high school in this way, I think is going to have adverse effects for their whole 4 years. And that's a little longer than I thought. It looks shorter on notes, but those are all my thoughts and I'm going to be quiet and let other trustees talk.
So I'm going to say something that I haven't said a lot lately, Kaylin. And that is that I agree with just about everything you said.
Mark it, everyone.
So,
second that.
Stacey, would it be okay if I finished my note? I've got my notes organized and then let you take it uninterrupted?
Well, I'd kind of like to follow Kaylin's,
okay,
if you don't mind. Yeah, I'm also I'm a process person myself, and I'm really more concerned right now that we have a really good process because I feel that that is going to yield good outcomes for us. And I think the work that the reopening committee did is a prime example of that. I think it's a very strong plan, and I endorse it just like Bob endorses it. I'm going to go back to June 30th, waiting in anticipation for the go, no go decision, right? The guidance from the county. And I got on that call and I listened for an hour and I was sick after hearing that, because basically what I heard was, you know what? Students do better when they're in person in school. And here's how you can open. They didn't talk about whether we should open. They just said, we think you should, if you can do in person, you should, and here's how you could do it. And the idea of how we would even maintain social distancing, wearing face masks. And it's not just even about when students are on campus. It's like when they leave, who knows who they're coming in contact with and what jobs they're going to and all this other stuff. I was incredibly disappointed by the guidance because it really wasted a lot of our time in terms of being able to spend, make a decision and move forward with a plan. The way I see this is that we are living in a world with coronavirus, and coronavirus isn't going away. And 40 years ago, there was another virus, HIV, and it came out of nowhere, and nobody knew how they told us how to lower your risk of getting HIV, and people did that, and infection rates went down over time. And now there's a treatment, and if you get HIV, there's a treatment, and you can live a long life with almost a non-detectable viral load. That's where we have to get to with coronavirus. And it means that everybody has to be all in on doing what we have to do to stop the spread. We all have to wear face coverings when we go outside. We have to stay home as much as we possibly can. All the guidance that we've gotten, but we're not there. We're just not there as a community to do that. And you saw what happened when we reopened. I remember listening to Dr. Cody saying we have to be very careful how we reopen because we don't want to squander the 3 months of shelter in place and economic disruption that we had when we flattened the curve from March to the end of May. And we've done it, and I'm angry about that too. So to me, reopening to students is really tied to, I want it to be tied to the science of infectious disease. When coronavirus is contained to a level within our community that it's safe to start reopening things, that's when we should be looking at reopening school in general. So up until that point, when we can make that determination, I think a couple of things for me. Number one, transitions are hard. So, I would support basically going semester at a time in a particular mode. However, planning and focus in your planning is really important to get to great execution. So I do want to see us have some agility balanced into the focus around the transitions. So I do want to see us always looking at the situation, always looking for, planning for what would it look like if we wanted to start letting some of our students back in. And I agree with Kalen's assessment of the student populations that I would add one more to that list, and that is students who have difficult home lives, who need to come somewhere to be safe. I would add to the list that Kalen gave. And so if conditions do start to improve and we can open up a little bit, I want us to be ready. I want us to be ready to have that conversation at a future board meeting. I don't want to make the decision tonight about whether we're going to do it, but I just want us to make sure that we continue the planning so that if conditions change, that we can take advantage of it. The other thing that I want us to make sure that we do is that we focus on creating the best possible education, delivery of education during distance learning.
Yes.
We Apollo 13'd the spring, okay? And I said that back in March, okay? And I'm incredibly proud of the efforts throughout this school district to, on, what was it, a week's notice, turn around and do something unprecedented and something that nobody was comfortable with. And we learned a lot during those last 6 weeks in the spring. And that's good because we can take those learnings and do better. So I agree. I want our teachers and staff and administrators thinking about and focused on how am I going to open and be at a better level than where we left off in the spring. And then how am I going to be better after that and after that and after that? Because I'm afraid that this is going to be going on. We just don't know when that, let's go back to what the new normal looks like with having in-person school. And the other thing I want to say about our employees, okay, it's our role as the board to oversee the school district, to maintain accountability, and everybody who works for this school district, whether you belong to an association or whether you're unrepresented, you're our employees, and we have responsibilities to you. And so I want to make sure that we have looked at whatever policies we need to look at as a board to make sure that nobody it has to choose between going back into, going back to work and not feeling safe about that and possibly having to just quit in order to avoid that. I personally had that situation come up this week, and it was an easy decision for me. I'm like, I'm not going back into that building, into a conference room with 20 people. I'll go find another job. I don't ever want to put a single employee of our school district in that position. So I want us to focus on manageable transitions for everybody. I want us to focus on creating phenomenal education, continuous improvement in that. I want us to listen to each other. I love the idea of the collaboration day in the middle of the schedule. I think that's going to be critical. And then I also, and then when it's time for us to make decisions about changing situations and changing, whether or not we want to start letting some more students in or move to a hybrid model or whatever, I want to make sure that we engage a process where we do get stakeholder input from everybody, because I know that when people feel like they're part of the decision, they own the decision. And so I think that Bob, you've done a really good job. Bob and team, you've done a really good job in the process you engaged in to get us to this point. You've got a lot of feedback. You've got a lot of opportunity feedback. We've built some good communication channels. We just have to get more people opted in so that they know where they're going to be able to have that two-way communication. So I think that's pretty much what I had. Go ahead.
And I couldn't agree more with all of it. Well done. Okay, from my notes, first, I do support the notion of doing the distance learning for the semester, and I'll come back to that. If and when we reassess and decide to go into some sort of hybrid model or partial hybrid model, let's say we did a reassessment in November and decided that maybe in January, in the second semester, we should be looking at that. The words reassess, the words that I took from one of the slides, when feasible, none of these things are possible in the absence of a solid board-created safety criteria, a definition of what we think safety means. And I don't mean the county's definition, and I don't even mean the CDC's definition, because if you've been watching the news, the CDC is no longer completely apolitical. It has to be our definition. what do we believe it would take for people to feel safe? And that to me is job one, that we need to hunker down. And you know, that could be a very short definition, or it could be a really long one. I don't know, but we need to address it. Then the debate about the semester, it reminds me of how many of us thought this past spring that we would probably open schools, at least in part in July, for students to catch up, particularly at-risk students. Remember when we all thought that? It has come to us gradually. It has seeped into us gradually that this situation is far more profound, far more grim, is going to require far more endurance and more creativity than we ever thought it would in the spring. So I don't agree with the statement that we shouldn't say in July there's no possibility of in-person learning until January. I think we can. I think we should. Do you not hear the fear in some of our people? Ms. Tandon, particularly, it hurt my heart that somebody should be carrying that kind of anxiety. One thing that we know for sure is that we can do everything humanly possible to make some kind of in-person learning safe. And what we will have done, however, is we will have brought students out of their homes and together on a campus. And at the end of the school day, they will leave, probably together. And I doubt that they will be social distancing all that well, unless we've done a much better job as a community and as a school district about pounding home the absolute necessity for that. But these are teenagers. Youth yearns to youth. And I can tell you, everybody listening out there, that the most sacred time in a teenager's life is that gap between school and the time you absolutely have to show your face at home and what you can do with it. We have been told repeatedly by some sources that children and teens don't seem to transmit this virus the way adults do. Well, but we're also learning that when children do get it, the consequences can be very profound. And now we're finding out that, gee, guess what? Teenagers are pretty susceptible. In the news this week, there are 82 teenagers who went to a camp near Branson, Missouri, 82 of them who now have the COVID. The camp has been closed. So I think we need to set aside this myth that this is not something that can be transmitted with teenagers. In terms of our teaching staff, we don't know at any given time, and sometimes they don't know at any given time, who amongst them might be pregnant. And I have to tell you, what I know from my science training is that the womb is about the safest place you can be on the planet. There are a whole lot of things you can get, and it won't breach that barrier. Now we have the first documented case of a fetus contracting COVID from the mother. Yeah, that was in the news just a couple of days ago. So we now know that this virus is even virulent enough to breach that barrier, which is, like I said, puts it on the extreme edge of pathogens. So there's that to consider. The third thing I want to say about buying into DL for the entire semester is that we are asking, our teachers are asking for it, and we want them to have extensive professional development and really make this phenomenal distance learning. Who wants to buy in to a ton of training and a whole lot of preparation for something that's probably going to go poof in 6 weeks, or could go poof in 6 weeks? Poof, as in, you know, like that. I don't want to ask people to make that kind of a commitment, but say, you know, but just kind of be on the razor's edge there, because we may decide to change that after the first 6 weeks. If we want our fall distance learning to be absolutely great, as Stacy said, build on the Apollo 13 model and now go make it something incredible, then we have to have some stability and some buy-in for the semester. And I love, Kaylin, you said it might be better that we nail DL for the whole time rather than just kind of do it as a, well, this is what we're doing for now kind of thing. No, I prefer this is what we're doing, and damn it, we're going to do it all in, and we're going to do it well, and we're going to minimize the damage to students that you referenced to every degree possible. And I think I may have covered it, but let me be absolutely sure. Yeah, Kaylin, you said we need to be radically better. We need it to be radically better than it was in the spring. Yes, and to that end, I think we need to commit to it for the semester. And I believe that's it. Thank you.
All right, batter up,
All right, my turn.
clean up batter.
Is that okay with everyone? So first, let me say this I have not been sleeping well because I just am constantly thinking about these decisions for our district, for myself, for my students. My parents live in this community. I mean, this is very personal. And before really getting into thoughts about, models and different things, I just want to recognize that this sucks. This is traumatic for everybody involved. I think Linda mentioned that we've kind of been creeping into this, but I'm just having this moment of like, this is not a new normal, and none of us are going to understand the impacts of this until far beyond it's over, and we're nowhere near that. And so I know that there are people on just all ends of the spectrum, but the fact that we have teachers, and we had one person share this as a public speaker, but because I'm a teacher, I'm talking to lots of teachers, not just in our county, but across the nation. And these sentiments are common everywhere. But when we have people who are thinking about updating their will because of they're not sure what's going to be happening, we're at a place where things are not okay. And so in this situation, there is no ideal. And like many people have said, I've been getting emails from teachers that are saying, I'm willing to go back. I want to go back. I'm one of those teachers, and I recognize that I am low risk. I don't live with anybody high risk, but I would love to be back in my classroom with students. And I want to be taking the input from everybody that I've heard from, as well as listening to the science. I do not have a medical degree. I want to listen and do proper research and take the recommendations that we are getting. If we were simply taking the recommendations from the county, we would be opening up school. That's not what we're doing right now. I agree that distance learning is what we need to do. In terms of thinking through for how long and when are we reevaluating, I'm really thinking most about our students for whom distance learning did not work. We have evidence that it did not work well in the spring. I mean, we have evidence that it didn't work well kind of for anyone, but for some students in particular, it really didn't work. We could not get them online. We have some students for whom their IEP specify services that are simply impossible to do virtually. And as a teacher, I understand the desire to have, again, we're in this chaotic environment where things are unclear, to have clarity and some structure. And so I really appreciate the structured day. I would be in support of saying we're going to do distance learning for the semester as a whole system. However, leaving open the possibility for certain groups of students to be able to come on campus. I do not think that transitioning the entire system over to a hybrid model during the fall semester is a smart thing to do. However, I do not want to take away the possibility of, when feasible and given staff that is able and willing to come in, because I do believe that if we only have some teachers coming in, we cannot force anybody in particular, but I do believe, because of the survey and because of the communications that I've been receiving, that we do have staff who are willing to be on campus. And so I do want to keep that open, not to transition the whole system, but for specific groups of students who need more of that on-campus support, and where feasible, and it would not just be a snap decision of one person. There's a whole process to talk about it with those people involved, to bring it to the board. I think that that is the smartest way that we can provide the most security to the most people while also being flexible and adaptable. I want to recognize that this is a very complex decision, and that our system, the school, is very interdependent with the other systems in our community. And while we need to recognize that childcare is involved here, you know, somebody mentioned we have people who can decide not to go to work. We have people in our community and families who can't decide not to go to work because their family relies on them going to that essential job for their rent and for food. And so that's something that we need to keep in mind. For some of our people of color and for our students and families from low-income backgrounds, this virus is disproportionately affecting them. And so bringing them on campus poses a higher risk. And at the same time, we've seen that a lot of students in some of those groups are some who need the most support. That puts us in a really hard place. And I think that being able to provide what we have laid out in the plan is going to be doing the best that we can do. That being said, I think that a few things are important about instruction. One is that this idea, I think you kind of mentioned it, but I wanted to underscore that we need to be in a mindset of accelerating our content and learning and not remediation. This is not a time to fall back on, well, it's hard, so I'm not sure what to do. And I don't think most teachers want to do that. But I think in order to get teachers to be very high performing in a very new context where a lot of skills need to be developed, there needs to be a very clear vision for what instruction looks like during this virtual time. Our teachers have said they're willing and ready and able to provide robust instruction to our students. I agree with the recommendation that that includes more live teaching. And that's something that I'm not asking teachers to do and I'm not willing to do myself. I'm going to be doing the same thing. And in fact, I did it during the spring when I did not have to. Again, there were some circumstances where I was able to do that. But that is something that I have personally seen. We're seeing from the research, we're hearing from students and parents that we need that in order to have engagement. Second, I think that the outreach is vitally important. You know, we already have had a huge problem in our district, and just seeing this trend across for our teenagers in terms of mental health, stress, anxiety. And I know that that has only increased during this time, talking to students. And so there need to be, I don't really care how it's done, but there needs to be an adult who is reaching out to every single student in our district. Whether there are some people that are willing to do it and some people that are not, there absolutely needs to be a person for every single student in our district. I, like my colleagues here, am very concerned about our ability to provide our services for students who have 504s and IEPs, our English language learners. And I also want to say that I have huge belief in our teachers, especially when there is a very clear goal of what they are working towards. I think having that whole day and investing 20% of our staff time to collaboration is a huge investment, and I think it's the right one to do. And we need to make sure 90% training and job learning is done on the spot and in collaboration. So I want us to make sure that we are providing, yes, tools and kind of the sit and get in terms of what's necessary, but that most of that time is around true collaboration, mentoring, because that's what research says we're going to get the best impact. And so now we have this structure in place, and I think we provide the flexibility. You know, teachers, yes, you got to be there to teach your periods because that's how we do school, but a lot of flexibility within that. I think that's how our students are going to get the best that they can get during this time. And it does need to be drastically different than what it is in the spring. I think comparatively to other districts, Campbell did a great job considering. And I want us to keep being a leader in what's possible and pushing for the most we can do for our students and staff while keeping everyone safe, which I think at this point is distance learning. I had a lot of different thoughts. I don't know how they were organized, and I'm looking at my notes. I think a couple of things I'm thinking about still. Questions are, what are we going to do when students don't log on? Second, I know they mentioned substitutes, we're going to do something, but that protocol or policy needs to be like really ironed out, and maybe that's in the newest plan that I didn't see. The tiered intervention supports, all of that sounds great, but how are we going to do it? And I would love to hear and see, and I hear this from a lot of our teachers, and I've been very, the attitude of so what, now what is how I'm operating, because I don't like what's happening either. I don't want to be, you know, teaching from my classroom by myself or from home, but that's the situation. So now what am I going to do about it to make it the best it can be? And I'll leave it at that.
And I'm sure other board members have thoughts. I do want to just do a quick time check. We're 3 hours into the open portion of our meeting. It's around 9. We have a full agenda ahead of us. And so I want to name that. I also want to ask Bob, after people make comments, is there any other direction or that you need from us tonight?
No, I think the comments have been directly to what I've needed to hear. And I don't think, I'm not, did we get Mr. Trustee Veritz yet?
Yeah.
We did? Okay. Didn't want to leave anybody out.
I'm sure others have things to say too. I see people unmuted, so take it away, others.
I want to make sure that I was memorable enough that Bob remembered it. No. It was 4 speakers ago, I know.
So I just want to say one thing to Kiki, and that's that I feel ya. I'm sorry that you've been so stressed out over this stuff, and you know, I am too. I've been up pondering this, worried about how we were going to keep everybody safe, and all this other stuff. I'm kind of happy how this came together tonight. So I just want to acknowledge that, Keegan, and I want you to know that, you know, if you ever want to talk, I'm usually up at like 4 in the morning. So.
Well, as of recently, I'm up every hour. So thank you. Lacey.
Other trustees have thoughts or more questions?
Is this our last chance on this topic?
I think ideally
Okay.
we have a lot more going. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I don't think it is the last chance. And I think.
Okay. Oh, I had a question. I'm a little unclear. A number of times during this evening, during presentations, I kept hearing about outreach to stakeholders or students or whoever. Is anybody clear on what form this outreach is going to take? And then will the information gathered in this outreach be brought back to any kind of, will the teacher steering committee have an opportunity to reopen and look at that information and incorporate it into ongoing planning?
Well, I think
what form will the outreach take, and what will we do with the information we gather?
Well, I think that was my comment, and I think that we've already got some really good structures in place that we already do that with. I mean, if you saw during the presentation, the number of surveys and groups that were, you know, that had meetings and things like that. So I think we've already got a really good foundation to build on, and we just have to keep growing that.
And may staff could answer that too.
Who will be digging into the data once we have it?
Let's get staff answer too.
Well, because it is, for lack of a better term, a mini LCAP, we're going to model a lot of the work on how we do an LCAP. So Jen Orlick is going to be the lead in putting it together. And as I mentioned in the presentation, I think the reopening steering committee's document really is the foundational piece that then we need to translate into the template that's going to be required of us along the way. And so because it would be sort of like a mini LCAP, you know, Jen and I talked earlier today about, just as we have an LCAP committee, putting together the committee for this. And while I have nothing but praise for the work of the reopening committee, it was very staff directed. And I think that to comply with the expectations of the legislature around this new plan, this new LCAP, we need to get a little bit more ongoing participation. We had parent and student perspectives were gathered by the reopening steering committee, but they weren't regular standing members. And I think that's probably what we're going to look to do for our mini LCAP process, in addition to using different kinds of tools, surveys, etc.
So would there be any teachers at all involved in the mini LCAP group?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay.
I have a quick question. I know one of the callers talked about these online curriculums. I know we used by BYU in the spring to some extent, and there's like a UC one. Can you like do a high level, is that an option for teachers to use?
Well, BYU is going to charge.
Okay.
If we're going to have continued use of it, and at least we haven't had that be a request at this point from staff. I'm going to follow up around the Scout.
UC Scout, okay.
UC Scout, because I have talked with superintendent in the region. There are a couple that are going down that pathway.
Okay, and then can I ask one follow-up? It might be for Herman, actually. It might be for you. I don't really know. When I taught, I would create lesson plans, and I would have someone whose job it was to look over them and really, help me grow in that area. And I became a much better teacher because of it. I think in COVID, right, we have people who probably are really good at making their lesson plans for in person, and they're trying to change them to online instruction. Is there any mechanism where teachers can get like direct support? Like, what does that look like currently, or what are the plans?
Yeah, well, the plans, what we are looking, I'm going to be working with the principals. We did have, we were conducting classroom observations, in person, of course, where we were actually calibrating the actual task and whether it was aligned to the standards. And so now what we're looking at doing now in the virtual setting is also conducting classroom observations. We're actually going to drop by, if it's a Google Classroom lesson, we're going to be dropping by, we're going to be collecting the actual task that the students are being engaged in. And what we're going to do is we're going to calibrate it and check to see whether it's moving students to the mastery of a particular standard, whether it's ELA, whether it's a math standard, social studies, listening, speaking. And so now we have to transfer that into the virtual drop-in classroom observation, informal observation, and/or formal observations. And so we're gonna try to adapt that process, the instructional core, where we're gonna visit, collect, whether it's a Google Classroom lesson, whether it's a live session that a teacher got recorded, a lab. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna calibrate it based on the standards and whether that task that the students are being engaged in is actually moving students towards mastery and whether it is aligned to a standard. And so it's still a work in progress, but we're going to be working on that. And that's something that we actually have a scheduled department chair meeting next week where we are going to be meeting with the math department chairs. I've already shared this with them, with the English language arts department chairs, as well as the math department chairs, where we've looked at the actual ELA CAS blueprints, the standards that the students are actually being assessed in. And so, which are the priority standards, right, that we're going to be looking at that students need to master and are being assessed in, as well as the math standards. And that's one way to look at that, and then work with that, and then conduct some observations and calibrate them.
Got it. Thank you. I think personally, in this, do not take this as direction. This is my personal thoughts. I think the more we can invest in giving teachers access to people who are good at online instruction, who have gone through it before, who might be like experts in it, and I assume these people are actually on our campuses, that is money I'm personally willing to vote yes on. I think the more we invest on that, the more it's not, hey, you have to teach this, but hey, we want to work with you to improve your practice. And it's a safe space, not tied to evaluations. I personally think is money very well spent, assuming this could be a 2-year thing. We need to just get radically better with our instruction. So whatever money that takes.
I think that just piggybacking on that, going to what I mentioned earlier, having a very clear standard of this is exemplary instruction during virtual learning is key to being able to do that. Because it's just like with our students, if we have a very clear rubric or outcome that we're trying to get to, we know what we're working towards, and then the feedback becomes a lot less personal because it's tied to whatever that objective is. And so I'm looking forward to there being a very clear example of this is what we're looking for, and then to be fostering that community and that mindset of not a gotcha, but a learning organization and support.
This is a good time to thank Herman and his team. Herman, Jennifer, Emily, Abra, and all the rest that worked on this. So thank you very much for all the work that went into it. It's very, very well thought out, and clearly a lot of time was put into it by a lot of staff and teachers. I also think that we should hear maybe from Gitanjali and Riley as to what students are thinking about reopening.
I'll go first then. Okay, so I took a bunch of notes in terms of what you guys were all saying. When Trustee Barrett was talking about CTE, it raised a question for electives in terms of like, there's going to be art, photo, tech theater, and I know there's a bunch more. Where are students going to get the supplies for those classes, and how, like, it's going to be really hard to have those classes online. I know a lot of things are just going to be take a picture of this and submit it through Google Classroom. Like, I know that's going to be the structure. So I guess like where if our students need those supplies, or just in general, because I know that last year we ran into a problem in the math department at Branham, and where some students were assigned projects for a math project where they needed string, and they didn't feel comfortable going to the store getting string for that. So I guess like being more mindful of the supplies being needed. They might seem like household supplies, but some students might not have them. Just as I forget which trustee was talking about collaboration for teachers, that many of you had mentioned that. I also emphasize that there needs to be collaboration for students as well. This can be through Zoom, like through breakout rooms, but we need collaboration. We need to talk to our peers. I feel like in the spring semester is really just getting instruction, and then the call ending after that. But we really didn't get that face-to-face conversations with our peers. In terms of the video, again, these are all like really random notes. In terms of having the video on, I think that we should keep it mandatory, and then students can advocate for themselves if they are unable to have those videos on. But I think that I know for a fact that there's a lot of students that just see their other peers not having their cameras on, so they don't have their cameras on either, just as like a social peer pressure thing. But even though they're able to have those cameras on, I know I'm guilty of just being too lazy to turn it on since I rolled out of bed, and I just didn't want people seeing me. So it's just like, but I could have had my camera on if I really tried. Some other things is that I remember the fear we had as students and as teachers. I don't think when school was in person, I don't think there was a single class period that would go by where COVID-19 didn't get brought up when that was becoming a bigger deal. Like, oh, is school gonna close? Like, what's happening? Cases are rising. And it was just a lot of fear. And I feel like I want to make sure that when we start these, when we start coming back and bringing some groups back, making sure that like we're doing the right procedures to make sure that their fear is alleviated, because like I remember just that's all that school was. It was barely any school anymore. It was just like what's happening with COVID-19. And in terms of technology, I know that there's a lot of unemployment happening now, and a lot of things and people will not be able to pay for their Wi-Fi and will not be able to maintain getting their laptops fixed if they need it. So I guess making it more like a year-long program, just making sure that any student who needs technology can get the technology instead of just getting it over with in the beginning of the year and thinking that's it for the rest of the semester, because I know that that's going to be a recurring issue. Another recurring issue is a mental health, making sure that like our students are accounted for. I like the idea of having an adult assigned to each student. There's a lot, like just scrolling through Instagram, almost like every like 10th post is something to do with mental health. It's something about like, I never realized how bad my mental health was until COVID-19, where I'm really just like stuck in my own thoughts. And that's like really scary. And I know that's a feeling that a lot of students are facing. And so I just want to make sure, as our students' mental health is getting worse, making sure that we are taking care of them equally. Yeah, and I do want to emphasize that those groups that Kaylin and Stacy mentioned for bringing them back first, I definitely emphasize that, and I think that we should do that as soon as we can. And I guess my last question is, we're hearing from a national standpoint, our president is saying that all schools should open fully. And my question is, like, if there is I don't know how this works, so I guess if there is some national policy that comes out saying that this is how the guidelines that schools have to follow, is that gonna change us? And I guess like,
oh,
okay,
the federal government can't do that.
Okay. But yeah, that's all my points, and I'm sure Riley has a bunch too, so I'll give it to him.
Yeah, I definitely have a few points. One, I did have those mentioned earlier. I think it was Trustee Verich said about the activities director at our school and not having activities. Well, I am actually going to be the president of our ASB class next year, and we've still been working. Like, we did a lot of stuff in the spring in terms of doing like virtual spirit weeks, in terms of like still keeping kids connected, doing challenges, and trying to maintain like a sense of connection while we were at home, and now we are preparing to be at home for another few months. So we also been working this summer, and like have met a couple times of still keeping kids engaged and trying to do the best we can. I know we've talked about like doing like video game meets or hosting movies or doing like Kahoot games or challenges, and just trying to get as much spirit as we can with the restraints that we do have. So that was my one comment on that. I do think at my school, we did have the Chromebook for every single student last year, and that was like before any COVID happened. And so I think 3 schools have it now, and they're adding it to 2 more, but we were able to have that all year. And they also added the wireless or the hotspots for everyone, which really helped. And I thought that like, I didn't see a lot of complaints of people like, oh, I wasn't able to have technology access, or I wasn't able to have this. And that's why I think early on, when we were always talking about like reopening, and I was kind of hesitant because I knew that our school had the resources to be able to do a virtual learning that most districts in the country don't have. There are a lot of school districts where people don't have their own computers, or they have to share, and we have that privilege. And so I think it's like great that we're actually using that with all the platforms. And I also know we're switching, I don't know if it's every school, I know my school is switching to Canvas next year. And I actually had a couple of questions about that in terms of like, we got like some feedback from one of the teachers who's helping work on it, and saying that teachers aren't allowed to access it until like a day before school starts, and that they're kind of trying to do like planning lessons before. And that since like it just sounded like kind of a mess, and I was wondering if anyone knew more about that system being implemented, and like I know the switch away from school loop, and if that's a district-wide thing. I would just like a little more information on that if anyone had it.
I'm going to ask if Herman or Jen know more about the Canvas situation.
You want me to jump in, Jen? Okay.
Yeah, either way.
Go ahead.
Oh, sure. So you can correct me if I'm wrong, but as of now, we have 5 schools, 5 out of the 6 sites that have affirmed they will be using Canvas in the fall. We're still making School Loop available because we know that teachers still have a lot of their materials in School Loop, so that'll be available to them through this next school year so that they can, move things over and curate those Canvas sites. Canvas is also going to be automatically rostered, so if a student is in our data system, they're going to be associated with their teacher in Canvas from the start of the school year. One of the many advantages of Canvas sort of over School Loop, if you will, is that there is this great tool called Canvas Commons, where on the teacher or administrator side, they can view a library of all different types of courses that other teachers have developed and posted to share, kind of like a library. And so they can copy over entire courses as templates to use materials from, and also post their own assignments or courses there to share with their colleagues. So it really helps support that course-alike collaboration that was proposed in the recommendations.
And Jen, if I could hop in, I think the question was around, Riley had heard that teachers don't have access to it until the day before school starts. Is that, do you know, have you heard anything about that?
Oh, sorry, we can definitely adjust when folks will have access to it. Oh, sorry. So one, that the access is there now. If a teacher is active in our system as a teacher, they're active in Canvas as a teacher. The rostering that I was mentioning with students being associated with teachers in their classes, that can't happen, you know, until the new year database is ready. So there, we still have probably a couple of weeks for that to happen. And then we can decide when we, you know, when the data is clean and when everything's been rostered, and we can give teachers definitely access to their new classes.
And if a teacher is having an issue, should they, who besides the student board member should they be reaching out to at the district office?
Oh, definitely. They can reach out to myself, Herman, Emily, or John Keating.
Okay. So Riley, maybe if that teacher asks, maybe have them email Jen as a starting point, and then they can.
Sure, definitely. And if they don't have access right now, I would say most likely it's because they may be a new teacher, or we need to, you know, they may have a role in our data system that isn't exactly teacher. So we need to probably fix something.
Okay.
Jen, are we going to have duplicate platforms? Because there's something in consent that seems to suggest we're also going forward with School Loop for another year. We'll be doing both concurrently.
Well, we're providing access to School Loop. We're asking sites to have one learning management system in Gradebook. And so for the sites that are choosing Canvas, they will be using it as their learning management system. So both where teachers are posting their assignments and also as their gradebook where they're posting the grades.
Riley, thanks for sharing that about the activities director. And that was the kind of thing I was looking for, was that what are they going to be doing? What is that going to look like? Because we're distant. The other thing you guys made me think of, we talked a lot about training teachers to do online teaching. We've got to teach students to do online learning. Yeah. It's not, you know, it's not just, well, while the teachers are learning it, we've got you guys learning it. So there's got to be some best practices that we help you with. And I bet we have the people that can help that happen.
Yeah, that was actually going to be my next point. I have been taking a couple college classes this summer, and I just happened to be using Canvas as the same system. And I know it was kind of like that first week was like you still had to learn where everything was, and it's not quite as intuitive as School Loop, I guess. There's a lot more going on, and there's definitely a lot more components for where teachers can do stuff. So I think we should work on also having the students not jump into day one and have homework assigned and then be like, well, I don't know how to turn anything in, or I don't know how to do that. Like, so I think we should definitely work on making sure the students are involved in that process too, because Canvas is a little more tricky. And so I don't know if we could have some way where we have like videos that kind of introduce it, or we could do like lessons or training or something like that. But I think that would help for students as well, and not just teachers. So
yeah, another thing I foresee is like logins. Like, we don't know our accounts like and our passwords. So like, when do we get access to that information?
Yeah,
that just sprung up. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, it's fine. Yeah. Well, I'm assuming those would probably happen during like orientation, which I think we knew months ago was already going to be online, at least at my school. So I'm assuming we'll figure that out. I did have a few more points as well. One thing I was worried about is when it's online, if we're going completely virtual, how are we making sure grades are still equal to what like a normal year's grades would be like? Like, what's to stop me from FaceTiming my friend during a test and us taking it together? What's to prevent, like, how are we making sure teachers are aware of the ways in which they're actually accurately grading their students, and when it's an online platform, students can take advantage of a lot of those systems? And I know like testing might be kind of a problem when you're doing a multiple choice test that can just be directly copied from someone else. Has there been any thoughts or considerations towards how we're preventing like an inflation of grades this coming semester or anything like that?
That is a very, very good
We should
question.
hire this guy.
That's a very good question, Riley. And those are the conversations we're having with the teachers around, the academic integrity. There's Turnitin. We are using Turnitin. It's actually on the board right now where it actually checks for plagiarism. And so that's one way where teachers can actually check the integrity of the work that the students are submitting to teachers. And so, Gitanjali, you did mention one program that one of your teachers is using that you use, that you shared with us, that I know I've shared with the department chairs, but I forgot the name, where teachers are assigning individual work, whether it's a response, whether they record their voice to respond to a particular question or a reading. Which one was that one, Gitanjali?
Wiser.me.
Wiser, that's an awesome one. And so there's just so many different, and those are the conversations that we're having with the teachers, department chairs specifically in the district to figure out how to best assess our students so that there is, integrity in what the product that they're submitting. So that's a work in progress, and we're going to continue to do that. And that's something that we're going to have to figure out as we continue with distance learning.
Herman, there is software that some colleges use, but we can't pile anything else on kids who already are maybe technologically challenged. But I know that some universities do IA, they do facial recognition or thumbprint or some way to verify that it's you on the computer taking the quiz. But that, again, that just creates another level of complexity for people who are already challenged by what we are already doing. Miss Jane brought up something that I think is really huge. She was talking about art supplies. If you're taking a visual arts class, you need paint, paper, charcoal, whatever you need. Instruments for music. And we typically check instruments out and back in. With band, because each school only has one band, that's not such a big problem. If the student doesn't own their own flute, you check it out. They pretty much are the only one that has it. It isn't usually shared. But with guitar classes, if there's more than one guitar class, the guitars are kept there and then they're checked out during the class period, and then they're checked back in and put in the rack. So we may need to make some sort of financial investment in doing something around the distribution of art supplies the same way we are distributing food. And we may have to make an investment in some more instruments so that students can have their instrument at home for the duration. So that's something that needs to be looked at, I think, much more closely. Also, digital photography. If you're working on a computer at school, the software that you need for digital photography, or whether they're using Lightbox or what they're using, needs to somehow get into the hands of students at home. And I don't think you can put it on a Chromebook. So these are all things that really need examination. And thank you for bringing them up.
All right. Unless there's anything else, I think we probably could use maybe a 5 or 10 minute break before we come back and power through the other 90% of our agenda.
Yeah.
But is there anything else on this topic? It is important to invest time here.
Now, this is the biggie.
All right.
I had a couple more points, but I'm sure they've already been stated, so I don't want to delay too much. But I do think the biggest thing of any of the changes we make and anything we've been talking about is just making sure we do have a consistent message. I think that goes across the district, because a lot of the students don't necessarily check those emails. A lot of the students don't. Most, if not all, students don't watch the board meetings. And how do we make sure that everyone's getting these updates or staying involved? I think that's got to be on top of this, because if we do all these things that sound great, the importance is being able to connect with people, because we can't always guarantee of a teacher talking to all 30 students in their class or having an announcement on the bulletin system, because there might be kids missing from class or not present. So I think that was my last point. So thank you.
President Gallagher, it seemed like you were saying we're going to take a break now. This is an action item. Are we voting on anything tonight?
It's an action item?
Well, it's down as an action discussion. So I think that you've all been unanimous in supporting that we move forward with the restructuring, the reopening steering committee's plan. So I think that was pretty clear.
And that we're gonna not try to transition before a semester.
That's in that plan. That's what he's saying.
Right, but the piece.
Well, I think what I heard was that it's going to be distance learning for the first semester for the majority of cases, but that shouldn't be possible. That we're not going to completely close the possibility that if possible to do so safely, bringing back small groups of students or creating some in-person opportunities for small groups of students.
Right, and there'll be a rigorous process, right, for figuring out how to do that.
It'll be the board deciding.
It'll be the board deciding, and there'll be a process for how to plan for making a change like that. And if whoever's working on that planning does half as good a job as the reopening committee, it'll be no problem when it comes to the board. That's my pandering for the night.
Thoughts from the board? Any other comments?
Yeah, just to be absolutely clear, Dr. Bravo's talking about small groups under special circumstances, not any consideration of a hybrid model until after the first semester.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Okay, any other thoughts on that? Is there agreement on that from the board? Great. I do think now is a good time for a break. Can I see a head nod if people agree? Okay, cool. Bob, staff, thank you. This is so much work. And Dr. Bravo, I know, you know, I think even though there maybe wasn't full agreement on part of that recommendation, right? Like I do think everyone appreciates the ask too. And so thank you for all you do to lead us through this. And
yeah, and I just want to, you know, just put it out there too, like it has never been really, I'm going to be honest, it's never really been seriously on the drawing board that even if we did attempt hybrid, that it would go past 9th grade, really. I mean, just because of the demands of social distancing, et cetera. So this is not too, I don't consider it a radical change to what we were trying to look at.
Cool.
Well, as Kaylin said, there was so much that everybody was in agreement on that there was just this piece about whether there's an option to come back. And I have to tell you, I came in thinking I was going along with you, but after listening to Christina and Linda, Stacy a little bit, I don't listen to Kaylin much, but no, but after listening to you, it really felt comfortable to stay until January, to wait until January or next semester, because January might not be next semester. We don't know what's going to change.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
So
I'll eagerly wait to see what the governor tells us tomorrow.
yeah. Hopefully Gavin doesn't throw a huge wrench in all of this. All right. So 9:37. That gives us 7 minutes. Realistically, it'll take 10, but take your time. And then we're going to come back and power through this thing. All right, so as the trustees start to trickle back, you turn on your cameras. I know you're here. Might be costume changes.
I still have my day sweats on.
Not your night sweats.
I'm wearing one of my 4 uniforms I wear to work: jeans and a collared shirt.
That's awesome. I think I've worn this exact shirt to every board meeting. I realized that today. I was like, I think I just like this shirt and keep pulling it out.
It's the rotation. It's the Thursday shirt.
Yeah, I haven't worn, what's it called? Slacks in months, which I kind of like.
Oh, I wore suit every day for 32.5 years.
Still?
No. My dry cleaner clothes, they were non-essential. So we started there. Like I couldn't even get my clothes out if I wanted to wear them. And then, but I before I got in this business, I wore a suit. So I've been wearing a suit for 40 years. And now I'm wearing a t-shirt. I don't know if I can go back.
My dad worked at IBM his whole career. He had 5 suits. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You can tell what day of the week it was by what suit he was wearing.
Wow.
Linda, are you there?
I have not eaten anything today, so I'm going to be eating. I might turn my camera off so people don't.
I'm here.
But
Right.
I'm here.
Yeah. You should feel free to turn your camera off when you're eating.
Galen, I got word that my mom had to take my stepfather to the hospital, so I will probably get a call or two.
Okay.
The news is not COVID. The bad news is he's not doing well. But thank you. And I apologize. I came in at the beginning of that process. So
yeah, take all the time you need and let us know if we can do anything.
Please.
Right. So hi everyone, we're back. It's 9:40 p.m. And we're on item 9B, an update on the state adopted budget. Dr. Schimmel, is this you?
This is me.
All right.
Okay, let's start from the beginning. Slideshow. There we go.
Mary, since this is your first presentation in this new position, just as a heads up, our board policy is that presentations will take 15 minutes, up to 15 minutes. During that time, the board tries not to jump in with questions, so you have free range to give your presentation. And then the board will start with clarifying questions, then talk about their thoughts from there. So I'll start the timer whenever you start.
Great, thank you. The purpose of tonight is to update the board and mostly the community on the governor's budget. 3 weeks ago, this board approved a budget. Mrs. Pfeiffer did an excellent job of preparing the budget, analyzing the budget, and I've had an opportunity to look through it, and I think it's right on target. I've also met with our fiscal director, Sharon Yu, and have gone through it. So I'd like to give credit to Sharon because we've had a long hill to climb up, and she selected this picture for tonight because we're beginning to see a ray of sunshine, hopefully, in what we're going to be accomplishing this year. So what did the state budget do? In general, education dodged a bullet. We did not have to absorb the 10% reduction to the local control funding formula that had been proposed. Special education funding was not reduced because the program was still going to be there, and if it wasn't funded, then the general fund would have to fund it. And we got a break on the STRS and PERS for this year and next year of about 2%. So that was the good news. What is a concern is not this year's budget. Mrs. Pfeiffer prepared, and I think it's right on target, and I don't see any surprises. If anything, you might have a few dollars more, which we'll present to you at the first interim. But I'm very concerned about the next 2 to 3 years. we all want to have education funded, but in reality, education funding is a reflection of the state economy of the state of California. And that doesn't appear to be doing very well. Why? Because the governor balanced this budget on what's called deferrals. What that is just borrowing money that the state doesn't have. Unlike the federal government, we can't print more money. That money has to be returned. And the analogy I use is along the lines of, some of you will remember Popeye and Wimpy. And Wimpy always wanted a hamburger today, and he would have gladly paid you for that hamburger next Tuesday. That's what the state budget is. They're asking boards of education across the state to pay for education today, make your payroll, buy your supplies, pay your retirement for your employees, and then we're going to give you the money sometime later. In the past, sometimes later was a month or two. Now it's going to be up to 6 months. And that does present a problem in what's called cash flow, because having a budget and having the money in the bank are two different things, and they don't align with your expenses, which begin to accelerate when staff comes back next month. So I want to take a look at what was the actual new money, because everybody heard that there's been a lot more money. Well, let's look at the first line of 382,000 that's in yellow. That's the 10% that we got back. That's the only new money at this time that we can actually count on. There's some promises of some money, but this is the only one that we actually are going to get at the moment. And then if you'll go down to the charter in lieu, they also, charter schools, got their 10% back. So since we're a property-based district, we just get our property revenue, but that money has to pass through. So going down to the bottom here, we have about $320,000 more today that I can verify. And you'll see in the notes at the bottom that the board did not put the 3.4 million into the budget because of the uncertainty, which you're going to see in a moment was a very wise decision. So you would add to that the 320,000, and you see that you're going to have about 3.8 million. Now, why is that a good thing? Because what's not in the budget? COVID, safety, sanitation costs with school reopening. We are going to get some equipment from the Office of Emergency Services, but that's about a 2-month supply. And we're going to have to buy the rest. And to date, we've probably spent $250,000 on COVID safety. When you look at painting lines, making signs, doing plexiglass, buying extra masks, hand sanitizer, and alike. Also, last January, the governor signed AB 218, which is an insurance liability thing for sexual claims. And that law allows people to go back 20 years and reopen claims that were already closed. And at the time, we were in a program called SELF, Schools Insurance Liability Fund, and they're estimating our liability is about $30,000 for that. So that would go on top of this. So you can see that that new $300,020 is being spent pretty quickly. And then I have listened to the board and watched board meetings, and I know that you are looking at trying to do more effort with equity and diversity, and whatever plan comes up, just like the art supplies, it's going to cost some money. So we're looking at trying to find a way to add that to the budget for program. And then finally, this is the one that scares me the most, is cash flow. If we were to look at your budget right now, you cannot make payroll in October. And you have an item on your agenda right now that tonight that's going to allow us to borrow from a another fund. And the reason we want to borrow internally is it's like borrowing from your family. The interest rate's lower. There is none usually. So if we have to do what's called a trans, there's a cost of doing business, and it's probably for every dollar you get, it costs you $1.20. So those things are not in the budget, and Mrs. Pfeiffer outlined the first one for you, and I'm outlining the next three. So normally at this time of the year, they have what's called a 45-day adjustment, and it must be done by August 13th. It is not a requirement unless there's something meaningful. What would have been meaningful if we did have to take a 10% cut or greater? So at this point, I think Mrs. Pfeiffer has prepared the budget well. It stands. If anything, there might be a tad more money depending on expenses. The real key is people paid their taxes yesterday because the deadline was extended. And that's significant in Campbell's case because we are a community-based or tax-based fund, and we're probably not going to know what that is. So if your tax bill was X amount and the county assessor and treasurer don't receive that, then we don't get the money. So planning our first October 31st is the end of the first adjustment, and that'll be reported to the board. And so we will have additions and subtractions. I think mostly additions. It'll be pleasant and along some of the lines of doing some of the programs that were talked about earlier and being able to fund some of those things that we looked at in terms of distance learning. I think there will be a source of funds for most of it, I hope. All right, next steps. We're closing the books right now, and that will be done in the next month. We will report to the Board of Education the unaudited actuals, the first meeting in September, and then the auditors come in and make them audited actuals, and you usually get that in January. And you will see how we're doing. The first interim covers the months of July through October. July and August are usually a little lean, and September and October is when people come back and the payroll starts to go up. So with that, I stand ready for board questions or comments.
All right, thank you, Barry. And maybe, well, first, board, do you have any clarifying questions on the slides? If not, we can have them unshare them so it goes back to board view.
I just wanted to know what pass-through means in terms of the charter school 10%, but our money has to be passed through. What does that mean exactly?
What it means is when the charter schools are revenue funded, and so they use the local control funding formula. So when the governor didn't take the 10% out of the budget, which we had already taken out of the budget, Mrs. Pfeiffer, that was the direction, that now that they don't have it, we have to give it back to them. They're entitled to it because there wasn't a cut in the budget.
You know what? I wish I understood it. I don't think I do, but it doesn't matter.
Okay, can we take that offline and I give you a call and help you?
Linda,
that's fine.
Linda, all it is we get
Yeah.
the money first, and we're required to give it to them for our students. They're students that are at the charter. So, and
Okay.
and because we didn't get that 10% cut we expected, they now get it.
So
Is that
even if they aren't charters for which we are directly responsible,
Yep.
just
Yes.
charters in general.
Yeah,
Got it.
we have to make them whole.
Got it.
And I just dumbed it down for me, so that would probably help you.
Thank you.
Yeah, any other clarifying questions and then just or comments from the board?
Yeah, a couple questions, Dr. Schimmel. When you talked about the good news, education dodged a bullet. I had read that what ended up being negotiated between the governor and the legislature was dependent upon a future stimulus from the federal government.
Right.
Is that true?
That is absolutely accurate. The $10 billion is in the state budget for schools, and that's coming from the feds. And if that doesn't happen, then the state budget doesn't balance. and the legislature may have to come back in session and address it, because I don't think they can defer that. They don't
So,
have enough money.
right. So like, is there a time frame that if it doesn't come by a certain date, we're going to be looking at it? It's not going to be we dodged a bullet. It's going to be we have to pay the bill.
I don't believe so, but that's an opinion and not a fact,
Okay.
because I don't think anybody's talked about it yet. I think the legislature cares about education, and it would be inappropriate to have planned a budget past it and then take it back halfway through the year, because they know that our commitments to 90% of our budget's people, and we've already committed.
You're talking about the same people who during the Great Recession were telling us they were going to give us mid-year cuts of $1,100 a student, and then it only ended up being $45 a student, right?
Along those lines.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
The second question I have is deferrals are back and it's awful, but how do deferrals really affect a basic aid district, since our revenue base is more in property taxes versus state aid, which is dependent upon income taxes?
It affects us in a sense of all of the special programs, those funds coming through, which is roughly 25 to 30% of your budget on the timeline. And it affects education in general, because that's basically borrowing money.
Right.
And they're hoping the state economy has a V recovery and not an L or a U recovery, and they get that money next year.
Yeah.
But just as we plan tonight, if you look at the economy, and I kind of follow that, it doesn't look as robust when you look at UCLA type projections, that the tax revenue is going to be what they're projecting.
Okay.
Statewide. It may not affect us. Always a community funded district is going to be better off financially than a local control funding formula.
But the deferrals will affect us in our categoricals.
Yes.
Okay.
And the timing of it.
Right. And also of note that all of 5 of our feeder districts are LCFF districts, so it will be impacting them very significantly.
And if you have declining enrollment, they're changing that formula a bit. So that means you're not even going to get as much money. And also, if you are not as financially solid as Campbell Union High School District, you have to go out and borrow the money to make your payroll. We at least have funds and other funds to be able to do that. And part of that's the wise planning that Mrs. Pfeiffer did with the board, and you accepting the recommendations of being able to keep some powder dry, as I call it, that if the other shoe drops the second half of the year, we will probably be able to ride 2021 out. The concern are the clouds.
Okay. Thank you.
Other trustees?
Yeah, Dr. Schimmel, it used to be that the state would go out and borrow money, and then they started deferring, and then the deferrals got longer and bigger, and districts had to start borrowing. Since you've got the degrees, does that end up costing us more, or is it the same thing? Because if they're paying interest, we're not getting money. If we're paying interest, we're not using the money. Is it about the same, or is it deeper cuts when we have to borrow it?
When you have money, we borrow between funds, and it doesn't cost us anything. You do have to pay it back within the year by June 30th of 21. And we generally pay back wherever we borrow from, like the bond fund, right away. As soon as we get the revenue, and we'll get our revenue sometime in November, December, depending on how the tax thing goes. But when the state borrows, you lose 20 cents on the dollar because it's a process. If you didn't have money, most districts have to do what's called a tax revenue anticipation note. A lot of local control funding formula districts do that. And for every dollar you borrow, it costs you about $1.20.
Thank you.
Wow.
All right, board, anything else? All right. Thank you, Barry.
You're welcome.
That's going to take us on to our next presentation. 9C is a Measure AA bond construction update.
Good evening, board. Eric Wassinger, Executive Director of Facilities.
And Nathan Thome, the Bond Program Director.
So Tracy, if we can start our presentation with the first part of it. Perfect. Next slide, please. So board, I'm going to show you a few pictures of the projects that we currently have going. This is the Del Mar pool. This is the entrance that we have to the new entrance on the backside. This is new asphalt that we just put down, and you can see the shade structure above Del Mar pool. Since this picture was taken, now the Del Mar Aquatic Center sign is above those two pillars in the background. And so this project is complete, and we understand it's we can't wait for kids to come back so they can start using it. Next slide, please. Good news, this is the Lee swimming pool. Fortunately, this picture was taken about 5 days ago. As of yesterday, the pool was completely filled with water. And so this pool is 2 weeks from being done. We have 2 weeks of chemical balancing to go, but the pool is completely full of water, and they are putting diving boards and doing all the accessory items around the perimeter right now. And the equipment's running and balancing the water for the next 2 weeks for chemical balancing. So we should be complete here in a few weeks. And then we'll do some architectural stuff for landscaping around the perimeter, blacktop, and finishing off the outside of the perimeter. Next slide, please. So good news, this is Prospect Pool, and it's right behind Lee. You can see they have the two wing walls in the middle there. This is dividing the shallow water versus the deeper water. All of the forms are set around the perimeter for the gutter, the cantilever gutter section. The rebar is sticking up around the perimeter there. We are getting ready to set the rebar. You can see some of the trenching they're putting in for the backwash pit, which is in the bottom right corner. That's a 16-foot hole in the ground that for the backwash of the pool. So they're finishing that, and then we're going to start pouring the pool deck around this project. Hopefully getting water in this pool in 3 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks. And so it's moving right along, following the Lee pool, which is great because it's the same contractor. So they're just kind of following one to the next one. So it's nice progress. Next slide, please, Tracy. This is our EV charging stations. We have them going simultaneously throughout the district. The district office is currently getting the installation of the units on the columns. Branham High School, Westmont High School, and Lee High School are all going right now. This is the sites where these pictures are taken from for all the conduits and all the underground, and they will be getting those connected here in the next 4 weeks to 6 weeks. So I know there's a plan for a power shut off of Branham next week. Once they get all the conduits run, they pull all the lines, then PG&E does a shutdown for a day, and we get all the everything pulled through and active. So here's our EV car charging stations. Next slide, please, Tracy. Here's some ADA upgrades, which is part of our seismic project. And so each of the sites with our thresholds, the door thresholds being 5/8 inch to 1 inch off, we are replacing concrete at multiple sites, as you guys have seen. Here's one of the scenarios on the left-hand side. Of course, we removed all the broken concrete and replaced it with new concrete on the right-hand side, improving the ADA accessibility for all of our campuses. Next slide, please, Tracy. This is an ADA ramp that we have at Westmont High School. This actually ramp comes off this back of the science building on the left, and it comes down to the handicap parking in the cul-de-sac right here, the roundabout in front of the PAC building. This is something that was required because of ADA. We have a large ramp that's coming down from the A building out to the student parking that's very, very steep, probably about 18% slope. And that's where all of our students would leave to go out to get on the buses and such like that. And it's a challenge, and it's not legal. And so with all of our projects on Westmont, this was required for the pool project, for the seismic project, for the all the projects we had here going on, the gym project, all required accessibility to the new location. So we had to demo the old, no longer compliant ramp and put this one in. So this is halfway underway, and they're getting ready to landscape and plant a lot of nice bushes and flowers around this over the next month. So this is this project underway right now. Next slide, please, Tracy. This is the district office. This is the 2 portables that we had located out there. This is the IT department that was currently in that location. And then the facilities trailer, we also moved both of those out behind MOT, the transportation yard, for the new office location for maintenance and operations. So those have been placed in that area, and it's moving nice. It's moving along nicely for the central portion of the district office new project. Next slide. Yep.
And then there's some projects that we wanted to kind of touch on. We don't have a lot of cool pictures right now, but the Prospect Student Union, we're anticipating DSA approval on that in about mid-September. We got comments back from DSA, which is great. We're working through those comments. And since the project's so big, and DSA does all their reviews through electronically now, there's a 3-week gap of when you send them back your comments, they need to review it, and then they'll have a meeting with you. So there's more waiting time for them to review it electronically. But we're in those final stages now, which is great. We're actually going to be starting bidding documents and everything for that project. And once we get those DSA approved drawings, we'll bid it. We might even bid the demolition separately. So we might be bidding demolition for that building very soon. The Del Mar admin, we actually have fully transitioned the admin out of the admin building and into their temporary location in the student services area. We're prepping that building for demolition right now. We have our bids back, which I think you'll see later today. And we are prepping that for demolition. The design is going into kind of some of the final stages. We're working with the architect and the pre-construction contractor to finalize the design. And we actually split up the DSA submittal into site work and building to expedite it a little bit, so that we can kind of work on these final touches on the building, but we're not holding up the site work. So that should be able to go through DSA, and we could keep that on track while we finish up the building. The Boynton multi-purpose building or multi-purpose room is going good. I met with the principal, and Eric's met with the principal to go over the plans on site and get Sarah's comments as we kind of go into the final stages of construction documents on that. It was kind of fun being with Sarah on site and walking through the plans. It's always interesting to see people's levels of like how they interpret plans into like the real space, you know, when they finally kind of connect the dots. It's kind of fun sometimes. So she definitely understood how big it was and how great it will be, kind of using existing buildings as kind of points of reference for how, you know, where this thing's going and working out some of the logistics of it. So that was pretty cool. And then the other project that we've been working at it, but we're actually starting real designs now. And with Tracy on board, she's going to kind of be the lead project manager, is our security door hardware that we've been talking about for a while. This is kind of taken a lot of time for our team to wrap our heads around how we want to do this project, because it is kind of a very unique project, both technically and obviously there's going to have to be a protocol, you know, just like the fences and everything that goes along with it. So we're starting that project, and we've contacted a lot of consultants and even an old facilities director for a district that has actually installed this same system, and kind of pick their brain and talk to them and talk to them about how bidding and implementation went, and also how staff training went. So we're trying to get as much info as we can before we jump into this design. And then the facilities team and the IT team have tried about 3 different locks on our doors, trying to get a feel for what we think is best through some practical use. And then the prospect classrooms. So these are the classrooms, the 11 new classrooms over the old 2-story site. We're working on some renderings and exterior elevations. They just need some tweaks and final revisions before we release them, but that project is going good, and we're kind of trying to maybe incorporate some unique classroom materials on the inside to kind of make the spaces a little bit more dynamic and modern, and kind of fun and structural, fun and economical for us, you know, at the same time, which would be pretty great. So those are kind of some of our major projects. We're definitely moving into a time in this fall where we're going to be starting major projects again. We kind of finished the 2-story, we finishing up the pools. We are into our new wave of major projects now this fall, which is pretty exciting. That's all.
All right. Comments or questions from the board?
Nathan, anything in that prospect extra touches that you can talk about, or is it still super secret?
For the classrooms?
Yeah.
So they're trying to, it's basically just how we have 3 materials on the outside. It's like, you know, what we have in a lot of our schools is like stucco, there's potentially wood siding, metal siding. It's kind of like a cookbook. It's like the recipe of how much of that you put where, you know, on the elevation. So you put a little bit too much metal siding, it's a little bit overpowering, things like that. So it's really just kind of a little bit of proportions and things like that. But yeah, we'll probably have them by the next time we meet.
And can we unshare the presentation? I think we're done with that. Yeah, and then board, more questions. Thank you so much, Tracy.
Let's have a couple. So there's been some reports of construction workers getting exposed to COVID. Have we had any exposures on any of our sites?
We are very fortunate that we have not. We have all of our general contractors are taking temperatures every day, and they're doing their protocol. They have safe areas where they have hand sanitizer and cleaner, and they log in their temperatures every day and they monitor it. We have no cases in our district of any construction yet.
Okay. And so now, since we're going to be in a distance learning mode for at least the fall semester, I'm going to assume that now you can do construction faster.
Nathan and I are putting together quite a plan right now, and we're meeting with Dr. Bravo and Dr. Schimmel next week, and talking about some new ideas of moving some of our projects that we had in the past, and saving some money on moving them forward, so it's less expensive. Absolutely.
Awesome. And then on the student union, I call it the cathedral. Do we have to get DSA approval before we can demo?
Yes. So we can try to break that up in 2 pieces. DSA does require it. And because it's such a large building, it's really suggested. I would try to knock it down without, but of course, Nathan being my angel on my shoulder saying, wait a second, DSA doesn't like that. So we are working through that. Our plan with definitely coming back, let's say after fall, would be to get the Delmar admin library knocked down September, October, November, and also the Prospect cafeteria. So we'll knock all that down when there's nobody around. Absolutely.
Okay. Guys, I can't believe how just transformed our campuses are from the work you guys are doing on this bond. Thank you.
It's been pretty fun the last 4 years to see the beginning and after, for sure.
Everything is so beautiful, and so much the realization of what I could never have dreamed I would see in my lifetime in terms of transforming our campuses. So gratifying, and yet there's this sense like the kids have around prom and graduation of being robbed of something. You know, this celebration that we had when the Branham pool opened, for example, that we should be having for these others. And I shouldn't take time to say this, but I couldn't get out of my head something I haven't thought of in decades. And that was my dad's hunting dog, Chuck. It was a short-haired pointer, and he adored him. They adored each other. And when we moved, my dad spent an immense amount of time on the new property before the move, preparing this perfect living environment for Chuck. And the day that we moved, Chuck died. So, and I just keep thinking of that. I mean, I don't mean anybody's dying here, but it's just that feeling of preparing something so special, and you don't get to have the gratification of seeing all the shining faces show up and say, oh, wow, you know, this is my school home.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry for that, because it must hurt you as much as it hurts everybody else.
Well, and I think that we'll have a lot more work done by the time they come back. If we come back after the first semester, it would be January 4th would be the date. And I think that we can get a lot accomplished on many of the sites where when they come back, it's going to be a different, you know, because they've been gone for 6-7 months. It'll be a different environment. And yes, hopefully we're through COVID, but if not, the site's going to be welcoming and it'll be safe, and it'll be a good place for them.
Yeah, my question was very similar to Stacy's around, I know y'all are doing everything you can to get the most bang for our buck out of this. And I think, you know, the unfortunate circumstances we in mean we can maybe do things faster, do things cheaper, spend taxpayer money better. So I think to the extent that you need board approval to move on some of those things, I think, you know, there's a lot of people nodding when Stacey was asking that question. So please bring things back to the extent that you need our direction. Yeah.
Well, absolutely, Kayleen. And one of the great things is today we had 3 different bid walks. One was the Lee admin, which was our first bid walk at 9 o'clock. We had 26 different contractors there for that bid walk. Yeah. That's unheard of. We usually get 8 or 10. 26 different contractors showed up to do that work. It's an appealing job, but I think Nathan and I talked, it's gonna be, we should get a really good price because it's so competitive. And with the COVID, unfortunately, the way it is, contractors are out there and a lot of people aren't doing work. And so the fact that we can still do work and we're safe and we've had nobody positive, you know, for our contractors, because I know that's kind of an upcoming thing right now. We're getting a lot of bidders, and I think that's really good. We can save a lot of money and get some work done while we're, you know, learning from home for sure.
Great. Well, thank you both so much.
One last question, Eric, Nathan, are you thinking of doing a treatment like what's on the wall behind Eric?
Yeah, he looks like he has a background, but I think he
make
did
our
that
site
just for
look
this
great.
board meeting.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
Put that thing up special.
All right. So board, really quick. It's 10:16 p.m. We do have 2 students here who are going to present on something later. My question was going to be, can we maybe move that item up now?
Please.
Because it is late.
Yes.
If Riley and Gitanjali want us to.
Yeah, we'd be okay with that if that were simple.
Yeah, I figured. So board, just to be clear, that would be moving 16 to 16D right now, and then going back to the consent calendar. Is anyone not okay with that?
That's fine.
Okay, cool. So are y'all ready? Because I know I just kind of sprung that on you and there's a presentation.
Yeah, no, we should be ready. I think we just need the slides to be shared. I don't know.
Okay. Oh, great. Tracy's on it.
On top of it.
All right. Okay. Thank you, board. Today, we are going to be presenting our second read of Board Policy 6154, which is the homework makeup work policy. I am Riley Anderson, rising senior and one of the student board members.
I'm Gitanjali Jain. I am also a rising senior at Branham High School, and I'm the other student board member. Next slide. So first, we just want to give our thank yous since there's a lot of people who have contributed to this policy. So first, we want to thank Emily Martinez, who was the previous student board member who graduated from Del Mar High School last year. We probably wouldn't even be presenting this policy if it weren't for her. She contributed a lot to the policy, from writing up a huge part of it, talking to other stakeholders, and leading SSIC meetings. And she was just a huge driving force behind this entire policy. Next, we want to thank Kiki, Dr. Bravo, and Michelle for always being there whenever we wanted a question answered. None of us have ever written a policy before, but these three were always there to give us guidance when we needed it. Next, we want to thank CHSD, the department chairs, all teachers, academic counselors, and principals for all making time available to give us feedback, whether it was in person, through Zoom, or through surveys. We wanted to make sure that this policy didn't just work for students, but it worked for teachers too, and we're appreciative of the feedback that we've received from all these groups. And lastly, we want to thank SSIC, which is a group of students that help give feedback on their high school experience. They were always ready to give student perspectives on the policy, and they also contributed to many edits out of the draft as well. Next slide.
And if I could jump in really quick, we do have a public comment on that, but for the person watching or people watching, we'll do that after this presentation and then go to board discussion, just as a heads up.
Yep.
Okay, so for today's presentation, we want to talk about why we made the policy in the first place and what revisions were made. This will be, I believe, the 16th draft of the policy with all the minor changes that have been made along the way. So what were the original goals and how have they changed? We're also going to talk about some of the stakeholder input and the revision process. And in addition to that, the newest edits, we have made some since the first reading on June 25th from recommendations from the board, and we've met with a few other groups. And then we're also going to present 4 different possible timelines for adoption and implementation. And then we would like to hear the board's opinion on each of those 4 before we give our recommendation at the end. And then hopefully there will be a vote today. Or, I mean, a decision on which timeline today. Next slide. Yeah, so when making the policy, our 2 main goals remain. 1, to improve students' social emotional health. We've seen a lot of our fellow students be really stressed with homework, be not super happy with how things were going, and really concerned with what was happening. And so we wanted to make sure that they were still able to have a positive outlet and be able to manage their extracurriculars. In addition to this, this tackles onto our second goal, which is to provide opportunities for more students to take honors and AP courses. Because of the extreme amount of homework in some classes, students were reluctant to be able to take them, along with summer homework or additional holiday homework. Students would not be willing to take these classes. We wanted students that had part-time jobs or playing sports or in clubs to still be able to take these honors and AP courses to better improve their education. And in addition to that, we wanted to improve the structure to prevent extreme amounts of homework from being assigned. We've both experienced where we might have 4 hours assigned one night and then a half hour the next night, and trying to keep a consistent schedule when this is occurring. And also we want to remove homework over holiday breaks when it should be a time off from schoolwork, as the word break clearly states, but we have both experienced massive amounts of homework over those breaks where we feel teachers just assign 5 days worth of work when really it should be 1 day worth of work. Next slide.
Yeah, so we want to give a little bit of history of the steps that we've taken to be able to present the policy to y'all today. As we mentioned previously, that we want to make sure that this policy works for everyone. So we will also be presenting the timeline in terms of the feedback that we've received from all our stakeholders. Next slide. Okay, so from November of last year to February of this year, our time was spent researching. SSIC interviewed counselors, department chairs, and students to get feedback in terms of academic supports. And we found that overall, many groups had the most concerns about current homework practices. So we read our current policy and compared it to policies to neighboring districts, and we realized that our policy didn't truly represent the students' needs. And so we began writing our first draft during this phase as well. So we didn't get any other feedback from anyone else besides students in this phase. Then on March 11th, just days before shelter in place was enacted, we had an in-person meeting with department chairs where we discussed the draft itself, as well as homework in general, to be able to understand all sides in regards to this topic. So from March to June, we really just spent time trying to get as much feedback as possible. We sent a survey to all teachers where we got 136 responses. We had a Zoom meeting with CHSD where we went over specific ideas, as well as the language of the policy as well. We had a Zoom meeting with the principals where they helped us plan the implementation of the policy. And throughout these months, we had numerous meetings with SSIC to make sure that as we were negotiating with the other groups, students' needs were also being met in this policy. Next slide. Then on June 25th, we presented the policy to the board to get feedback and a date to possibly pass it. So in between the last meeting to today, we tried to get feedback from department chairs and got a few responses from them. And we also had a meeting with Dr. Bravo where we decided to add in a sentence that allows the superintendent to waive the hour requirement due to COVID-19. And today on July 16th, we want to talk more in depth about implementation and adoption. Next slide.
Yeah, and so since the June 25th meeting, we have made some changes to the policy. The first one is that the hour time limit can be changed by superintendent due to COVID-19. This came about in our meeting with Dr. Bravo a few weeks ago, but because we fear or assume that there will be a different schedule in terms of not having 3 hours to 4.5 hours of instruction per week, it could be like the spring where we had 1 hour per week. And so we want to make sure that this hour time limit could be changed by the superintendent because of this. We also further define quality over quantity, and in that section you'll find changes, which we add and shall focus on making assignment relevant to classroom instruction, because we heard some concern over what we meant by this statement. We also reverted unexcused absences to shall. We had it at shall originally, and then we changed it to may, and then we changed it back to shall on advice from the board. And then a couple grammatical changes, both on recommendations from the board, is that all the holiday breaks have capitalized the B, and standardize everything to say parents/guardians when at times we had just parents or at times we had just guardians. Next slide.
Yeah, so we have 4 possible timelines for adoption and implementation. So we're going to list out the pros and cons of each date to hopefully give you more information before you choose a date for us. Next slide.
Yeah, the first timeline, of course, is to pass July or today and have it effective immediately. Some of the pros include it is put in place as soon as possible, and we would get to see the results of the policy during our senior year. Superintendent can also change the time limit, which was one of the earlier concerns. So now that it would actually balance out, it wouldn't just be an hour. If we have shorter classroom time, we would manage that with the superintendent to make sure it was adequately meeting the needs. And also students would benefit from these guidelines during COVID-19. We feel a lot of students have already been stressed, a lot are not tuning in. And if we have clearer guidelines on what is happening and a policy that works better for them, it would help them out a lot more. The cons are that there's not a lot of time to implement. There would only be about 4 weeks until school starts from today, and we feel a lot of teachers would be frustrated by this. Some teachers may have to make drastic changes to their schedule, and this could be a big barrier for them. And COVID-19 is already changing what the school year will look like, as we have talked today of the almost guarantee that we are going to be all virtual, that this would be another added on thing for them to worry about, and they already have so much on their plate at this moment. Next slide.
So the next choice is to pass October. So we're thinking October 1st and to have it be effective immediately. So some of the pros of this is that we'll be able to get teacher input during the board meeting. As we mentioned previously, we did ask department chairs again in between the last meeting to today, and they had asked to have it passed in October since there's already so much going on. And we'll also be able to make more implementation plans until October as well. Some of the cons is that it'll be hard to transition mid-years. Teachers already pre-plan their curriculum. They use the summer to kind of plan out how the year is going to look like. So having this put on them in the middle of the year might throw off their entire schedule, which can in turn affect the students' quality of learning, since teachers are trying to spend time readjusting their curriculum, and it might come down on the students for missing out on a few concepts because of this this drastic change. We also don't know what school will look like in October. So this, like the same concerns that we are hearing now in terms of there's too much going on, it might be the same excuse in October, since we are probably going to be online if we have decided to stick with the entire semester being virtual, but we might hear the same excuses, so there might not be as much of a benefit waiting. Next slide. Then the other option is to have it past October 1st and then have it effective for next year. So we add a line in saying this will go into effect for the 2021-2022 school year. So some of the pros of this is that we'll still be able to get teacher input during the board meeting, and we'll be able to make more implementation plans until next year. Now we have the entire year to talk to all of our stakeholders and make sure that we're seeing this policy through. Some of the cons is we don't know what school will look like in October, which will might result in this being pushed off again. The current student board members will be graduated, so A, we won't be able to really see the benefits of the policy that we've created, and B, we don't want implementation in the first year of this going into effect being put on the next student board member, since it will be a lot for them to take on. And the students won't be able to benefit from these guidelines during COVID-19. We hope next school year things go back to fully in-person instruction, and but we do know that students are dealing with a lot more due to COVID-19, and they might benefit from these guidelines. Next slide.
And so the final timeline we have is to pass at a later date or when school is back to normal. The pros, of course, is that there is much more time for teachers. They'll have plenty of time to plan, and it's also much easier for us to ensure that the policy is implemented correctly. We would have plenty of time to work and go across the schools and possibly meet in like Zoom calls if we have to, or meet with students or teachers or principals, and we would have plenty of time to do this. Some of the cons include that the policy might be heavily changed. 6 months ago, the policy looked very different, and if you negotiate for another 6 months, we could lose many more things than we already have. We feel pretty confident with what we have and have met with many of the different groups multiple times. And the more we discuss, the more we have to compromise. Another thing is that we're not sure when this given date might be. Again, past at a later date is indefinite. And we don't really know if school will go back to normal next year. It is hard to tell. Like, we could go back in person, but what's to say that we'll actually get back to what we've been doing the past 3 years of my high school experience and Chitandu's high school experience? And what's to say that we will actually go back at all? This is kind of a date that would be hard to press. And also, current student board members will be graduated, like some of the other policies that we will not get to implement, and it could possibly fall on a later deadline. But yeah. Next slide. Okay, now that we have finished our presentation, we would like to hear feedback from you. Hopefully you all had a chance to read the policy before the June 25th meeting, and again before tonight's meeting, and you've seen the changes and taken the time for it to settle in. Before Gitanjali and I give our recommendation of which timeline to follow, we would like to hear your input on the subject. If there are any questions or concerns you might have, any clarifications about parts or feedback we've received, and then what is your ideal timeline for passage and or implementation?
I thank you all. Maybe we could hop off presentation mode, go back to board meeting mode, for lack of a better term. Trustees, thoughts, questions?
I wanted to point out.
You had a caller. You said that there was a public
Yes,
comment.
thank you. And the reason I noted that was because I knew I would forget. So thank you. We do have a caller. So Tracy, I know it's late. I think we said we would call each person twice. And if they don't pick up the second time, then they have forfeited their right. As we get later into the evening, I think we have to honor that commitment, but it's okay if they do not answer. So we have one comment on this item from Samin Schoenherr.
if she does not pick up, she was one of the department chairs that sent email to us. So I would want to read her email just because I feel like then we would actually get her input. But that is just one thing I have.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that as well. But did we end up getting hold of her, or?
Tracy just unmuted. Tracy, do you get a hold of her?
Tried twice. She did not pick up.
Okay. Well, yeah, students, if you want to summarize the email.
Yeah, great. I'm sorry, I gotta pull it up now. I didn't have it right. One of her things is she was one of the department chairs. She's the math department chair at my school, Prospect, and she stressed right now how much stress there is for the staff right now, and so many teachers are stressing over a possible hybrid scenario. This is again a few weeks ago, and she doesn't think the district or the board really appreciates the anxiety and honest fear for their own safety that many teachers and staff are facing over the thought of in-person learning, who love interacting with their kids. She also mentioned, she was the one who said Prospect and Lee, Branham, and Boynton, she believed, is switching from school to Canvas next year. Prospect, the decision wasn't made until after school year ended. Canvas is not nearly as intuitive as Scoop is. This is adding another level of anxiety to teachers. She's one of the teachers preparing learning Canvas on her own so that we could have summer training for the staff. And she said she hasn't had much time to look at the policy, and she doesn't think most of the teachers would have just because it's summer. And she would her recommendation was tabling until October. So that was just basically a summary. She was one of the department chairs that responded back to our email a couple weeks ago. So I just wanted to get that out there.
Thank you. So I'll start with, does anyone want to vote on this and pass it tonight?
We're not ready there, Kaylin. They want us to come back and talk about which approach we want to take.
Sorry, yeah, I was trying to eliminate one of them if no one wanted to advocate for it.
Well, they were going to make a recommendation.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, sorry.
Right, Riley?
We want to hear the trustees first before we say our
We want to hear you guys talk, and then we'll give ours at the end. But we would like to.
I kind of want to hear yours first, but that's okay. I get it. This is a big thing. So I just have a couple of the comments. So on the shall may thing on the unexcused work, and the version that's in the board packet on the very last page, it still says may.
It should be shall.
Okay.
Okay.
I
Well,
believe
you can notice that, but it should be shall.
Yeah, it's not. I know you said that, but you just missed one. So my question is I just have two questions. The feedback that you got from teachers, right? Because the teachers have to basically, teachers have to implement this policy and all their stuff. How did you incorporate it into the policy?
I'll answer this one. Okay, so are you talking about the student survey? The survey that we sent out, the one where we got 136 responses, or the department chair meetings?
Teachers.
Okay, so we sent a survey to all teachers and we got 136 responses. So what we did in that survey is that we just we added in quotes from our policy, but we changed what we sent to them as more harsher versions of them. So they all had shall instead of may, if we chose to do that. So we just made them more stricter just to see where the teachers were at. So we got a whole spectrum of responses. Many teachers were on our side, and some of them, our favorite comment was down with homework. There are teachers that are also in agreement that we're getting too much homework, or just that homework isn't beneficial anymore. But there were also a lot of teachers, especially AP teachers, that raised concerns about the hour limit. I think that was the most that was one of the most controversial questions, because they just for an AP class that was extremely limiting. And then there was also a lot of confusion around one of the statements. I forget which.
It was the socio-emotional health one, which I think we ended up pretty much getting rid of because there was so much conflict on that one. Yeah.
So on the feedback from the AP teachers and the concern about the limit, because I think that's mostly because there's, we buy the curriculum from the College Board. And so there's certain requirements and there's certain pacing that has to happen. And so how did you guys address that, the AP teacher concerns in the policy?
So in the policy, we have it like as a statement, like it may occasionally go over this time limit if you're taking a class at a higher level, but we are really trying to emphasize that it's still limited for AP classes, just because there's a huge difference between the amount of homework that we receive on level classes and from AP classes, and we really want to make these AP classes more accessible to everyone. So there will be a lot of, especially transformative changing in AP classes, but we believe that it's worth it for the greater good of the students.
Yeah, and one thing to add to that too, I think with the AP teachers, one thing we did say that kind of helped me get on board with the 1 hour was that studying for tests or studying for quizzes should not count in this 1 hour timeline. That's kind of like additional, that doesn't, like when we say homework, we're really talking about like direct assignments or direct projects. But when you're studying for your test, that's in a couple weeks, that could be like, again, that's more time of technically homework, but that's not what is counted in that 1 hour time limit. I think that probably helped with some of them. But I do know part of when I wasn't a board member yet when they sent out the email to 136 teachers, but they did get rid of a couple specific things. So like, it wasn't just like, we're just getting it to say we talked to the teachers. Like I think summer homework was gotten rid of in that part. And I want to say, I can't remember, there's at least 1 or 2 points that were like cut off just because of the teacher feedback. And I know they've been discussing it. And we've even made a good amount of changes the last couple months just from talking with like the department heads and with the principals was another big meeting. And so I know like the feedback we've gotten from teachers, I feel like we have actually made changes. We're not just saying we got it just to say we got it. So.
Okay. So, my one piece of feedback for you guys is that I think that you probably need to reach out more to AP teachers and make sure that you really do address the concerns over the difference between what's required for an AP class and the spirit of what you guys are trying to do with limiting the amount of homework each class. I still think there's a little bit more collaboration and consensus building there that you're going to need to do in order to get people to adopt it. So that's my only piece of feedback, and then I'll wait until the end to tell you what my preference is for passing, and well, we'll play that game later.
I was studying both of them, and I do think it's a beautiful piece of work. The one that I was looking at that is has the BP 6154 in the corner and is mostly in red type. This one. I have some very minute little grammar twitches that I'd like to make to that. Is that something I could just email you privately to take care of?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that. And let's see, wait a second. I'll make sure that I'm clear on everything though. Oh, on the second page of that, okay. I do want to add something or suggest something. In the bottom paragraph in black on page 2 of the one that says BP 6154 in the corner, there's this red sentence at the bottom. Reasonable is defined as at least the number of days that students missed class because of an excused absence. In other words, there's been this old thing around forever that you should get as much time to make something up equal to the number of days that you were absent. Yeah, fine, well and good, except that in the real world, the problem with that, and I always used to say this to my students, yes, you may have this time. I hope you don't take it, because in the real world, the globe keeps spinning, life keeps moving forward, instruction keeps moving forward. And if you have 5 days to get caught up and you take it simply because you can, you're going to fall further behind. So I was always trying to encourage people, yes, you may have this time, but please, please, please do this right away, because I want you to be able to move with an open, fresh mind to what's coming next. So you might want to think about putting in, but preferably as soon as possible to avoid falling further behind. Because giving somebody too much time just actually digs a hole for them in the future.
Okay, thank you.
I think Stacy caught my shall and may. Everything else I agree with. The teachers we heard from, I think will be happy to hear that you're going to give it a little more time. And but like Linda said, you guys did great work, and I love the way that you reached out to so many groups and took into consideration most of their concerns. I think it was very important that you did this work, and hopefully you'll get to see it.
Thank you.
I hope you realize that you're actually hearing less criticism of your work or fewer suggestions than adults generally hear on the pieces of work that they do. So you did really, really well, you know.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, I'm sorry.
I mean, I was going to jump in my thoughts, but if you have, do you have anything?
No. Sorry.
I agree that this is a very fine piece of work. I think I believe it from, I think it addresses a real need that students are facing. I like that it's very student-led, and it is not, you're not the puppets of some Dr. Bravo or the board, you know, like you did this really from the ground up, and I think you should be applauded for that. And I think you're seeing a place where, hey, there may be adults within the system who disagree, right? Hey, I think it should be 3 hours. Okay, thank you for your input. And that is not the belief of our students, so we're not recommending that to the board, right? And sometimes the board has to make that like, hey, I fully understand the point you're making, and I'm going to vote the opposite of that way, and I hope you can understand why. And so I think I would be ready to vote on this, except for that, I think the timing in the summer is tough. For me, it's not really about COVID. It's more about it's during the summer. And it's a time where we can expect some teachers to be involved, right? We have 43 people somehow still watching this meeting at 11 at night, but we can't really expect that, right? And so I think coming back, whether it's October or November, in a way that we can have more robust feedback of, hey, this is the thing that's going to be voted on. What do you think? Matters a lot to me. And I would add another option is, you know, maybe it starts January 1st. Maybe it's not starting the next school year, right? There's flexibility in that. And so that's just where I am at. I wouldn't feel comfortable voting today, not because I don't think it's great, but because I just don't think we've had that last final check-in that I think I would want to have.
Yeah, so I concur with Kaylin. I want to I want to get more. I mean, I want to get some more teacher voice in this because they're the ones who have to, you know, implement it. But the other thought I had for you guys I have like a hybrid option. I shouldn't say hybrid. I have another option. And with so much change going on right now, and so much uncertainty, and so much focus really being on how to create that great distance learning educational experience, I think doing a classic implementation of this might just get lost. So you might want to look at this at doing like a phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Right. So what's something that is, you know, and maybe talk to the teachers about this as they're redoing their curriculum, and maybe look at like, you know what, here's what the whole policy looks like. I can't do that. And then, you know, here's 1 or 2 things that we think that we can roll out as soon as it's approved. And then here's the next things that we can roll out as soon as it's approved. And taking that approach also starts to get you even more buy-in with the people who have to implement it.
So would this mean like 3 different like policies being passed?
No, you can have one. See, we could pass the policy tonight as it is, but until somebody until you have to actually implement and get people to follow it. And so you can in your implementation plan, you can drive that agreement to say, listen, we're going to start this right away. And so there's some things in there about like, the waiving homework because of COVID that are very relevant right now that we would probably want to have in there. So by this date, we're going to be doing this. And then by this date, we're going to be doing this. And, that way also gives you an opportunity to, is it 60 minutes? Is it 90 minutes? Is it 45 minutes? It gives you some opportunity to play around with that as well.
Kiki, do you have any comments or anyone else?
Yeah, I think that I guess I would probably just echo what everybody else has said already. I know I've gotten to work with you a lot more on it and have seen really behind the scenes all of that work that you've put in. I think I would agree that I personally would be ready to approve the content of the policy. However, I do feel as a teacher, the number of things that need to be figured out right now and that we are during the summer. And so I would support implementation or the vote rather, well, both, I guess, being pushed out.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So I think we've got a good feel if anyone else has anything before we give our recommendation. But I think everyone had a chance to speak. So Gitanjali and I think we pretty much assumed this was how this was going to go, and we don't, not like we agree with what's going on right now. So I think we came to consensus last week that we wanted to pursue the, I guess, third timeline, which was to pass in October and implement for the following school year. We thought that October would give us 6 weeks from when school started till the actual board meeting. So this way we could still have like a meeting with some of the teachers or get more feedback that way. And that way would be during the actual schedule. I think after that 6 weeks, we could see how virtual learning is going at that point and whether we want to make any changes or if we think we should postpone later or not. But I think that is kind of our plan right now. We would love to see it in 4 weeks, but unfortunately I kind of sympathize with the teachers a lot more and having to make changes in 4 weeks, and also we're having to figure out virtual in this time. And so that's our goal. So I don't know if
so pass in October to implement in January, correct?
No,
implement next year.
No, the following school year. So implement school year 2021.
Oh, I'd love to see it going in this coming January.
Get feedback on that. That could be part of your feedback ask, right?
No, and I guess things could change. I guess our thoughts were also, we didn't like having 4 weeks for teachers to do it now versus giving them 2 weeks in December break to figure out any changes they might have to make. Like just seem, I guess, pretty similar to me in terms of, and switching mid-year is kind of annoying. I know teachers usually plan out their full year and in terms of how their schedule is going to be and switching over those breaks and whatnot. I don't know. I kind of assumed that if I guess it would be like a late December board meeting or something, and then they would have about 2 weeks to implement. I just don't know how teachers react to having it implement then versus having to implement these 4 weeks now. But I don't know. Gitanjali, do you have anything else?
Yeah, no, I agree that it shouldn't be January only because it is going to be a lot to put on teachers. And I feel like just because it's all virtual this semester, we're going to be losing a lot of content. There's a lot of things that teachers are going to have to decide, hey, this isn't a priority. I can't really teach this. We'll have to skip this content. So that's already going to be happening. And I'm fearing that if we were to implement this policy where we're limiting the amount of homework as well, yes, it can get waived, but still we've already lost a lot of content. I don't want to lose more content. So I do know that like this year is not going to be a great year for students. We are at loss because of COVID, and I just don't want us to be at more loss because we passed this policy too early. Like it would be great, but I know that since things will probably be in the hybrid in the next semester, that I think we should just wait it out and really create those adoption or implementation plans fully, so we're ready for next year.
Yeah,
I would support that.
yeah. So I guess also we've never passed the policy before. We don't really know how it works or how, if you guys would think it would work in January, but I guess that all comes down to the discussions we have in the coming months. I just think if we brought that to teachers, they'd respond similarly to how they responded right now. So
Ask them how to implement it.
Yeah, so I think that's also part of it, is having that extra, like, of course, Gitanjali and I are bummed that we wouldn't actually be in school when it happens, because then we'd be like, oh, we're just handing it down to next year. But like, we would be able to, in this spring semester, be able to possibly visit all the campuses or have Zoom calls or make sure everyone's up to date, make sure it's like not just a part passed on the board and then people aren't following. That is, I guess, the one advantage we have of doing it over that time. So.
You know, I need to apologize. I said earlier that you got less criticism over this than something that adults might have brought forward. You two are adults. I have never heard more adult thinking, or seriously, from people older than I am. The maturity of your comment and your insights is really impressive. And I see your point about pushing it off to the following year. And as much as I'd like to see change happen sooner, I agree.
Thank you.
The last thought I have is, I think you should expect that when you go out and put this out and do a survey or something, there's at least going to be one teacher who is radically against whatever idea that you have.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's part of doing this, right? I think what's helpful for at least me as a board member is understanding, is it every single AP teacher has said this 100% will not work and needs to be kicked up to an hour and a half? Is it 1 or 2 and the rest are okay with it? I don't really have a sense of that pulse right now. So understanding what that feels like in some sort of like captured data would be helpful for me as an individual. That's not direction. It's just, that's the kind of thing I think is available in the fall when people come back.
Yeah. And I mean, you can't please anyone. There's nothing we could write where we get 100% of teachers on board, and there's going to be people against it. But I do think working with a majority of teachers, I think definitely we need to reach out more to the AP teachers, especially because they're probably most affected by it. Like, I see a lot of the elective classes not really worried about that 60-minute time limit, but maybe more of the AP teachers that assign that much on a weekly basis. But yeah,
you could have some you'd be surprised, you could have some parents that are against it too, but
yeah,
right. I don't know if you'll have a student that's against it, but perhaps.
I want no homework, so they might be against it. Implementing it enough.
Might not go far enough. All right, board. It's 11:56 or 10:56, soon to be 11:56. Anything else on this item before we move back? Thank you both. We fully understand if you need to leave at this point, but you're more than welcome to stay and keep providing input. But with that said, we're going to move to item 10, which is our consent calendar. Action on all consent calendar items will be acted upon in one motion with no discussion prior to the board vote, unless a board member or the superintendent requests that any such item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion by trustees or any interested party. Each consent calendar item approved by the board shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted as recommended. Is there anything anyone wants pulled this evening?
Move to approve.
I was going to pull 2 things.
I'm going to let you pull through. I rescind.
11 o'clock, you want to pull 2 things? All right.
Go.
I will make up the time somewhere else by being less verbose. 13F, I'm going to make a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 13F and 14A.
Second.
All right, motion by me, second by Robert. Discussion. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yeah.
Trustee Arisman,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
Trustee Goitia,
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. Linda, do you say my name?
Do I what?
Did you say my name? I think I'm hearing things.
No, I didn't say your name.
Cool. Okay, perfect. 13F is to approve the 2020-2021 School Loop Software as a Service Terms and Conditions Agreement. I had a quick question on this. I don't need super high level or super in depth. Why are we, so if I understand, 5 of our 6 campuses are moving to Canvas.
Correct.
Yet we're paying for full licenses for all our students across all campuses for next year. Like, help me understand that.
Yes. So there's a clause that we had 60 days prior to the end of the school year to cancel. And so we missed that. Most of the schools that actually opted to pilot Canvas ended up getting on board after we got all the feedback from, from the reopening committee, from the parents, from pretty much, the students that we wanted to limit the number of LMSs that students were logging into, teachers. And so they actually wanted to pilot Canvas. And once one high school, got on board, there was another one that felt the pressure. They thought, hey, if they're doing it, we're going to do it. And domino effect. So now we have 5. And so we couldn't cancel school because of that.
So there's no termination clause in the license?
We have to notify them 2 months prior to the end of the contract, which would be at the end of June 30th of every
There's
year.
no other termination? I mean, you can't just terminate for cause or just basically say, I'm done, I don't want to use this anymore? I mean,
that's
that
what
happens.
we want to do now.
No,
There's
that is
like
like,
an act of God, like force majeure or whatever.
no, that is like standard software licensing terms for software as a service. If I don't want to use, if I want to get off of Salesforce next month, I send them my cancellation. I pay for another 60 days and then I'm done.
I think the one thing we heard tonight, though, was they're keeping it. I mean, I would agree, give them a hard we're out, but we've got teachers that have got a lot of work on School Loop that they want to transition through the year. So that's the only reason. If you shut that off, all those teachers are going to lose whatever's on there.
Yes, that's the other thing also, that we got requests from teachers. They've been using School Loop for so many years that they have some lessons that they've uploaded that they would need time to download and possibly transition it to Canvas.
Is there a world in which we give them till January 1st? Like, can we do a half year?
With
I'm not. If you look at this, it's in the boldest print it could be on just
right at the top. Yeah,
right,
first page.
First page. If the one we're approving, so we approved it a year ago without this argument.
So, Kalen, I hear where you're going. I think we got to take it for the full year because
Okay.
I'm just going to leave it at that.
Who's the holdout school that's still not moving to Canvas?
Del Mar High School. And they're actually piloting Alt Schools, which is another standards-based LMS that they've been using for last couple of years or so. And so they're still exploring it. They don't have a huge critical mass, but they do have, a pocket of teachers that really do like it. And so they're hoping to get some traction there with some additional.
So that's where you waste effort and time and money, is when you implement one platform, right? And if you have a couple people that want to use this one or that one, right, you can't do that. We're trying to operate an organization here. I'll just leave it at that.
All right, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, motion by Stacy, second by Robert. Any more discussion? See none. Can we get a roll call?
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. That's going to take us to item 13A. I pulled this for a couple reasons. One, there's a typo. If you look on the second page somewhere, it talks about the Union School District. And then in the description, it says CUSD. It should just read USD. That's the first thing. I had two questions here. One, didn't we just pay a lot of money for alarms to San Jose PD? And how's it $10,000 extra already? Didn't that come up like 3 meetings ago? Am I correct? Like someone asked that question about alarms, right?
Yeah, so this is Eric Wassinger, Facilities Director. On these items here, these are open POs for the year starting July 1. And so the maintenance department usually covers these. And so these are blanket POs that are available in case we need them through the rest of the year from July 1 through next June.
Okay, thank you. Second question. Every so often I get a course catalog from CASE, which is filled with amazing information. The content is great. The design looks like it was designed in like 1995 on like Microsoft Word. We're paying $14,000 for that printing. So I figured this was an opportunity to ask, can we do a visual like refresh that doesn't look like it was designed 20 years ago? Like where does that lie?
I'd like to add something to that. A couple of years ago, I was asked to write the introduction to that, and I formatted it a particular way to have a particular impact. And the result that came from the printer was just comically goofy. I wasn't happy.
So, did you want me to respond to that now?
I don't know. I guess it was just a genuine question of like, where is that design, and can we use a new firm with modern design techniques?
How about students design it?
I would love to use our students, and it is designed by us in-house, but it's sent to the printer. So the printer might, well, it's all designed by us. It's all in-house, and it used to be done by us, like a bunch of us doing it, but now we have a classified person working on it. So would we like to make it better? Yes. It's mainly the printing cost. It's not the generation of the material cost, it's the printing cost and the distribution cost.
I guess my general point is this is our window to the community. And if we need to invest a couple extra $1,000 to pay, and it takes that off the staff's plate as well. I'm not trying to critique that person because it is really hard and they're going up past formats, right? But I personally would be willing to spend additional money to just make it look modern, Silicon Valley-esque.
There are a couple of things that I really want to do. One is to revamp our catalog, and the other is even to have some, if any of our video production classes could do some wonderful things for us and promote our website. I would love to do all of that and to have our students be invested in that, our high school students. What can I say? Let me just say that I need to invest more time in that. So yes, so we will work on it.
Please do not take that as direction. This is just one trustee kind of ranting and raving at 11:06 at night on a Zoom. But I just want to bring it up. I'm going to move to approve this item.
Second.
All right, motion by me, second by Stacy. Any other discussion from trustees?
Sure. Thank you for taking a look at it. I appreciate the fact that it is a lot of work. So thank you.
All right, we're gonna move to a roll call vote.
Trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Gallagher, aye. Trustee Goitia,
Aye.
Trustee Barrich.
Aye.
All right, item passes 5-0. That's gonna take us all the way down to item 16A, which is a public hearing regarding the calling of an election for an education parcel tax. At this point, I will open the public hearing with my pen. If there are any members who'd like to speak to this, I'm going to wait a little bit because I know we are on about a 30-second delay just to make sure everything's above board. We do not have any cards on this item, but let's just take a little bit more time. All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing and we'll move to 16B, which is to approve resolution 11, ordering the election for the purpose of submitting the qualified electors of the district. The question of levying an education parcel tax upon each parcel in the district for educational purposes and establishing the specifications of the election order. Dr. Bravo?
Well, trustees, you asked me to bring this back to this meeting for your consideration, and so that's what I've done. Brought the consulted with our bond counsel, who's also done we've consulted with previously on parcel tax election language. He did follow up with me that the proposed language needs a tweak to it because there is a new requirement where we have to run the total and say this is expected to raise like X amount of dollars a year. So that is something that we would have to add. But really, it's really the board to decide if this is something that we think should go on the ballot in November.
So Bob, is the text of the ballot measures a 75-word question, and then the purposes and stuff like that? Is it just from the last renewal? How'd we come up with this language?
Yeah, it's very similar to the last renewal, and then it just has the language added of until ended by the voters.
So I'm going to see if we can I'm going to make a proposal and see if we can make up some time. I don't think this language passes in November because it's outdated. It's uses, from the last renewal and things like that. And we live in a COVID world now. And so I think it needs to talk about COVID and how we're going to get how we're going to, things like that. So it's late. And if we're going to pass this tonight, we would have to go through and do like what we did back in December when we were doing Measure K and start editing this. And so I'm just wondering if, I'm guessing that there's going to be another board meeting before the August 7th, or there could be another board meeting for the August 7th where we just consider this. And I would suggest that we do that then.
Did you create it?
I was trying to unmute.
Did you
Sorry,
already,
Robert, go ahead.
did you already go through it and come up with that language, or are you just saying it needs to be done?
It needs to be done. I mean, I wouldn't vote for this ballot. First of all, I wouldn't vote for this ballot measure if it was on the ballot in November, and I wouldn't vote to place this language as a ballot measure tonight. So I think there's work for us to do, and I would just rather not try to start it at 11:11 at night. I'd just rather, do it when we're fresher. This is the shot,
It's a big deal, and I agree that we need to be in better condition to bring our minds to bear on it.
I'm still of the belief this is probably the wrong time to do this. I believe there's 150 tax proposals going on the ballot and the state with 15 and 19, but I understand that you want to reword it.
Hey, Stacey, can you read out the part you don't like, the wording?
The whole thing. The whole thing is, it's our parcel tax that we passed in 2013. Things have changed since, or whenever we last renewed it. Things have changed a little bit since then. And saying things like music and art classes now, there are no music and art classes.
Yeah.
So specifically under Exhibit A, like the ballot measure full text, not like the legalese.
No, none of the legalese. I'm talking
Okay.
about.
Sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about on page.
To support quality
Exhibit
education
A.
in local high schools with funds.
Yeah,
Yada, yada,
Exhibit
yada.
A, Exhibit A. And then you got to do your purposes, right? Remember, we spent all that time trying to get the purposes really fine tuned and stuff like that. So I just think this needs a lot more work.
Well, under 16F, where we're looking at board meeting calendars, I think Dr. Bravo and I were talking today about we probably need another meeting between now and our next regularly scheduled meeting, August 20th. Bob, was your recommendation August 3rd still? It's a Monday, August 3rd.
Yes.
That's fine with me.
That gives us enough time to, if we wanted to pass this, to get it to the county
Yeah,
registrar.
it is before the deadline. The question becomes, we have to advertise a public hearing in the paper. Is that correct, Bob? And would that give us, could we do that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And so
I just want to take a pause. Michelle, if I'm wrong, jump in and tell me I'm wrong. She's not jumping in, so we can keep going.
great.
Monday, August 3 is fine for me.
And we see in the chat, Michelle has said, I think you are correct.
So she did jump in.
Yeah. She doesn't have a mic on that computer, I think. Okay, so the idea would be to tailor that introduction section.
Right. What's this 10 days notice?
10 days notice. Okay.
Okay.
Is that enough direction for you, Bob?
You got your mute. You're muted, Bob.
Well, I'm not so sure because, well, I'll try.
No, please tell us like what, like we could use that.
Well, you know, I agree that this is not, this language is just not going to resonate at this time. I just have a concern. I'm not sure if there's any language that's going to resonate right now. And you know, we receive, I have received some messages from parents who are very upset that we aren't pursuing in-person options. And frankly, some of them said, I'm never voting again for anything to support CUHSD. So I'm not sure what language, 75 words, how to, you know, if there's overcoming that in the context that we're looking at is, so I will try, because it's not like we couldn't, I mean, like the need wouldn't be there, it would. I just don't know if it can overcome the context.
My thoughts are, I think when we first thought about this, I was like, there's probably like a 1 in 3 chance this works this time, right? As of today, I feel it's more like 1 in 100, right? It feels very, very low. And I can't predict what it's going to feel like in November, right? Things felt so different here a month ago. So I don't know if it's worth taking that shot. Like the cost is, what's the cost to put on the ballot, Dr. Bravo? Like
about 150,000.
150, which is a lot of money.
So, Bob, can I work with you on this? With some wording that I think could help.
Sure.
Okay. And yeah, I think, you know, everything's changing so quickly. You know, I don't know if the windows, I don't know what the window still looks like for November.
I would not mind keeping the option open. And I think if Stacy, you can come up with some language, we can at least put it on the agenda for that meeting. And we can always say, you know, it's gotten worse and we're not going to do it.
Yeah.
At least we have that choice. That I've been very heavy talking right now, so I'm going to be quiet and let other voices jump up.
That works for me.
I don't know what I think about this fall. I thought earlier, now that parents are realizing how tough it really is to educate their kids, there might be sympathy for a district wanting to do this, but I can see it going the other way too. What is the absolute deadline for submitting this?
August 7th.
Same as, yeah, okay.
So I think that right now there is a lot of emotion around the decision to go distance learning for the first semester. And we don't know what the second semester is going to look like. We don't know what we're going to be talking about as we near election day. So aside from the language, I think waiting till was it 2 weeks? It's 3 weeks. No, it's 2 weeks. And seeing what changes. So.
All right, so I'll make a motion to table this item.
Second.
Until August
3rd
with new language. That's my motion.
What time on August 3rd?
5 p.m. closed session, 6 p.m. regular board meeting. Okay, so I made that motion. Did someone second that motion?
I did.
Okay, so that's the motion we have on the floor. Is there any conversation, questions? Can we get a roll call?
Trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Gallagher,
Aye.
Waitia,
Aye.
Barrich.
Aye.
All right, motion is tabled. We're going to move over to, we did 16C. We did 16D. 16E, to discuss and consider approval of resolution 4 in support of racial, socioeconomic, and educational equality. Board, this is the item that has come a couple times in the past. I think it is back in the exact same form it was in before, because I think that was the authority of the motion, except that the resolution number and I think a couple, like the date or something, is different on the item. In talking to Dr. Bravo, there is a date in there and a deadline around a board workshop that maybe made more sense a month and a half ago than it does today. So I think he has some thoughts of like what adapting that line might look like. And I think also just adding that I think, my read of this is, this came up when, the nation was, I think, at a place that people, it was heightened, right? This was the conversation. This is what everyone was talking about. And I think it has died down a bit, right? I think the news media is focusing on different things. And I think part of that speaks to the need for something that is permanent and consistent. And I think what I heard from board members that night was everyone here agrees that Black Lives Matter and that we need to do so many things differently in this country. I think what I also heard was some of this was around timing, and some of that was the disagreement. So with that said, I think maybe Dr. Bravo could talk about what a time frame might look like, and then we can go to the board.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, that the shorter the timeline, that if you all choose to approve this, the shorter the timeline you supply, really just going to mean that the plan is going to probably be more of a plan than a plan. Because one of the things that I think, trustees, you're pretty consistent about is telling me how much you want there to be opportunities for two-way communication with stakeholders. And that's not realistic to think that I'm going to have two-way communications with stakeholders, before the end of August, when school doesn't start till August 12. So I think part of it depends on your all expectation of what is acceptable as a plan. Is it a plan of particular specific actions or a plan to plan?
And let's consider that the introduction. We do have one public comment who may or may not answer the phone this late, but we will try. Cole Satterfield. Tracy, if you could give them a try a couple times, that would be great. And then we'll move to board discussion.
All right, good evening. We have Cole on the line.
Hi, Cole, you're on with
All
the
right,
board. Thank you. And you have 3 minutes starting whenever you start.
All right, my name is Cole Satterfield. I am a teacher at Del Mar, and I'm going to read from a letter that the board, a letter to the board composed by a group of Del Mar teachers. This letter has been signed by more than 50 CUHSD employees. To the CUHSD Board of Trustees, we are writing to thank you for continuing the conversation in service of racial, socioeconomic, and educational equity by untabling Resolution 60-06-1820 from previous, which is now titled Resolution 04-7-1620, and to invite you to join us in our commitment to anti-racist work by passing this new resolution. Black, Indigenous, and people of color make up the majority of our students at CUHSD. Not only that, every school in our district has students who identify as Black, Indigenous, or persons of color. Inequity has a negative impact on all our students. This means that the district's actions to address inequity will positively impact each and every student. We believe that by actively participating in the ongoing work to address racism in our community, we can empower all students to be leaders of change. I don't have time to read the entirety of the next paragraph out loud, but in brief, it provides data showing how the pandemic has exacerbated inequities, making anti-racist action actually more urgent now than ever, not something to be put on the back burner. The board has been emailed the full letter, including footnotes and citations for this information. But to continue, we acknowledge our responsibility to help create anti-racist change. We, the signatories of this letter, as CUHSD employees, commit to implementing the changes that will result from this resolution. We recognize that this resolution may lead to changes related to curriculum, discipline, training, hiring, and other areas of our jobs. We commit to embracing these changes in the pursuit of justice. While many individual district employees, including all the signatories of this letter, are committed to improving our practice, we also recognize that we cannot do this work alone. We are requesting partnership and support from our leadership at the district level. This resolution directs the superintendent to develop a recommendation to establish a permanent and formal structure dedicated to the racial, socioeconomic, and educational equity of students. Without this resolution, anti-racist work will continue to be left up to individuals, and equity will not become a universal reality for our students. Many CUHSD employees have already begun efforts towards anti-racism, and their work must be paralleled by structural anti-racist work at the district and site levels. We imagine all levels of CUHSD working in concert toward a more anti-racist district, and we strongly urge you to pass this resolution, Resolution 04-7-1620, so that we can take another step towards supporting all students. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I? I wrote a few things down. I've given some thought. In no way, when we pulled this, did I think it was about not doing something. It was 100% about we have to get open. And I already knew from my one-on-ones with Dr. Bravo, he wasn't spending much time with his family. I know Herman working on this, he would have been heavily involved in this. The reopening committee, all of the work that they had to do. I am disgusted by what happened. I am super glad that we are talking about it. And I do appreciate the conversations I've had with teachers students, administrators since this has been paused, as well as the sharing of thoughts by email. I can hold out several teachers that provided proof of what they're already doing as part of their story about why we should have passed it. The reason I paused it, the reason I called for the vote was because I wanted to give our staff a chance. I've been on a board for 16 years. I have friends in all levels of administration and family members that are teachers. A lot of times, I've heard superintendents say their job is to keep the board from giving us more work. And this is very important work. I didn't think it should be done that quickly. And unfortunately, people might not understand, we don't get to talk about anything anywhere else. The first time we get to talk about it is here in public. This board meetings are about public, us doing our work in public. We're not allowed to talk about it. This is not a corporate board where they can get together and have a meal. We can't even do that. I was thoroughly impressed by the information that I was given on what our sites are already doing, what our teachers have already implemented and brought as a part of it. We've received reports from HR on what they're trying to do to get more color, more people of color as role models, as teachers. As a result of the information that Carl Ponzio at Branham and Principal Lawton shared with me, I've been able to attend several TED Talks, read articles, take a test. I've attended no less than 5 related to the Chamber of Commerce, either Campbell, City, the state, panel discussions about this work. And it was great. I want to continue that work. I love being a continuous learner, and this has given me an opportunity to do that. I also got great information from Stephen Smith, Michael Espinosa. We all got a lot of emails. I'm calling these out because I was thoroughly impressed with the work that they're already doing. And several more. These just happen to be the ones I either worked with them before, met them before, or we had some personal connection that went further. We keep talking about the board is white. It's not. I'm Hispanic. My dad didn't speak a word of English on his first day of school. I did talk to my mother during the break, and that came up. Along the only other thing that I had that I was concerned about was the one we did pass. It says we're adopting the Black Lives Matter Global Initiative as our guideline. We have never, ever, in any of the boards, in any of the districts, approved curriculum by a line in a resolution. We had people tonight talking about just the grading policy and why we need to keep it open, and we were going to adopt the Black Lives Matter Global Initiative. I love the work that Black Lives Matter is doing, and I love that they're bringing attention to this cause. But I've already seen 4 or 5 others that we should be grabbing content from just as a result of this work. And then lastly, not only am I not white, although I know I'm white, I have not ever lived the life or the struggle that somebody might have of color different than me. But I grew up in that area. I grew up here, and then I moved to South San Jose. I grew up in tough schools. I grew up with a lot of color. They were my friends. And I did a lot of soul searching about this. And the one thing that I'm disappointed in myself is that when somebody made a joke off color, I didn't stop them. I didn't push back, but I didn't participate. When somebody said that they thought I was racist because of an article on during the election that was about it was about terrorists, and they said I must have been Islamophobic. Couldn't be further from the truth. If you read the article, it was about what was going on all over the world. I'm not Islamophobic. One of my best tenants was Muslim. My last 5 hires for my business, 4 are of color, 1 is white. My operations manager is black. The 4 employees I had before these 5, 50% color, 50% white. I'm saddened by the fact that I have to tell people that I'm not racist, but the people that know me know I'm not. This was all about giving our staff time to come to us with the proper work. That's it. Thank you for giving me some time to talk about it. It has been, for nothing else, I have learned a lot more than I knew before this started. So thank you to those that felt important to let me know. I'm in agreement with you. This is very important work. And thank God the teachers are already doing it.
So Robert,
I just want to jump in really quick, Stacey. I apologize. I never look at texts or emails and stuff during meetings because technically they're public record, but my phone kept blowing up. One of our trustees is having an issue and maybe off for a while. I just wanted to note that that potentially is serious. And so I just wanted to say that that's where Christina is.
okay. So Robert, thanks for starting this off. And well, first of all, I want to say, because I was running for re-election during that election too, and it was what you refer to as just not pretty. And you and I talked, and I know how hurt you were by that. And I really felt bad about that. That's why I came to your last board meeting in Moreland and said what I did. But I want to be clear too. I do think this is incredibly important work. I do know that there is already a lot of things that we're doing. That was my only motivation. We were in the middle of passing an incredibly difficult budget. And I understand I understand why, it was kind of like the time to talk about this stuff. But in my mind, I couldn't imagine adding one more thing to staff's plate while they're trying to figure out how to reopen school. And so and all I wanted to do was table it until after we had gotten closer to a decision on that. So I also agree with Bob about the specific date that is in the resolution. I think that we've always had a protocol about when we ask for things from staff. We're not very prescriptive. We basically say, this is what we want. We're clear with what we want. And we allow the superintendent the opportunity to schedule that and figure out how that works into his work plan. So I would support, I'm ready to vote for this, and I'm ready to suggest that in the first now, therefore, let it be it resolved that we just end the last sentence at to establish a formal structure dedicated to the racial, socioeconomic, and educational equity of the students, the district for board discussion, period, and just take the prescriptive date out and all that. The other piece of it too is we haven't decided what our August 27th board workshop needs to be about. I'm sure it's going to be about this simply because, or there's going to be aspects of this simply because reopening school, the impacts of COVID are just going to inform so much of our action right now, and trying to figure out how to support those students out there in distance learning. So if we can do that, I'm ready to make a motion. Or I can make a motion.
Can I make one quick compromise or try attempt one? It is not fully guaranteed that 2 of us will even be on this board starting in December. And so if it was the pleasure of the board, I would like to say something of bring this back by, the first meeting in October at the latest, so that this board has an opportunity to at least have a discussion.
I think we can accommodate that, Kalen, without writing it in the resolution. I think we can pass this resolution. We all understand the importance of it. And I think we can give it to Bob and say, Bob, we don't want a plan of a plan. We want some recommendations. Maybe we want you to come back. There were actually several letters that had some from teachers that had some really good recommendations in them. So maybe at the next board meeting on August 3rd, we can have an agenda item and have Bob give us an update on what meeting he thinks he can come back and have a deeper discussion. Would that work for you, Kalen?
I have no guarantee I'm going to be here. I need to, considering I'm a co-author, I want to make sure that I have a chance not only to talk about it, but then considering it might get tabled again, I just can't do that.
I'm once more lost and confused. You're not sure you're not going to be here when?
I could potentially not be on this board starting the first meeting of December.
I don't think we're talking about anything in December.
Without limiting it with a date, I don't feel comfortable voting on it. So.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
So Kalen, I appreciate that. I really do. I understand what you're saying, but we actually have a protocol around this. And now you want to not follow the protocol and set a precedent. And
what's the protocol?
Protocol is that when we request things from staff or the superintendent, that we allow the superintendent to schedule when he can make that happen with his staff. We don't say, by the next meeting, Bob, bring us back this data and stuff like that. That's the protocol. And I don't want to set a precedent in a resolution.
All right. Well, you can make a motion.
All right. Are we done with the conversation?
Well, the conversation around your motion being altered. So make your motion.
You can make an amendment. You have to move to make an amendment to what's before us. So make that motion. We'll go through that and then go from there.
All right. So I move to make an amendment to the resolution to remove the date from the resolution.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. So a motion by Stacy, a second by Robert. Any discussion?
Christina, go ahead.
Can you clarify what the motion is?
The motion is to pass the resolution amended to just simply remove the prescripted date that the superintendent is supposed to come back with a recommendation.
Okay, very quickly, I would prefer there to be a date sometime sooner than later, but that's all I can share right now.
Christina, thank you. I think the superintendent and staff have heard that it's important to all of us that this work be begun, and that obviously there's work going on. And I think that you'll probably see that's what happens. But I agree with not putting a date on it because everything has changed since a month ago.
Well, how about putting parameters on it? As soon as possible, if possible, as early as August 27, but no later than September 30. In other words, put some kind of parameters around it.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote no on the amendment just because I'd rather go in that direction. But I think everyone probably has their mind made up if they support this amendment. So just as a reminder, there's a motion on the floor. The amendment is to just strip the date from the first, therefore be resolved. And unless there's any discussion, we'll move to a roll call vote on the amendment.
Yeah, there is discussion because here's my concern is that I think, okay, I'm of two minds because Stacy is correct in that we've not done this in the past. We have given direction to the superintendent and to staff, but we've given them the ability to do that in a time frame that they feel they can do it in, and then bring it to us or tell us when they can bring it to us. So she's perfectly correct about that. On the other hand, if I vote for this, the perception, any of us votes for this, the perception is going to be that we were looking for a way to delay working on this a second time. And that bothers me in the extreme because there are people out there who have very, very deep personal feelings about this. And they need to have concrete, tangible evidence that we feel the same. And I'm not sure that everybody out there has that. And I have to tell you, when we tabled it the first time, it was a Thursday. It nagged at me, it troubled me Friday, Saturday, and I think I said before in the last meeting, it was Sunday. It was Sunday when I was washing the dishes that I started having this absolute, almost stream of consciousness thing, stuff that was bubbling up that I remember from growing up. And I know that nobody wants to hear this because like, okay, the old lady's ranting again, she's not living in the present. Not the case at all. But I did come over a period of several weeks and I sent some of my, I would go to the computer and when I had a memory or something that just sort of bubbled up, I would type it in there. So what I'm trying to say right now, and I'll try to speed it up because I know we're all exhausted, but I realized that my childhood was spent in the Jim Crow period, and it impacted me enormously. In my high school years, we had the civil rights legislation of 64 and 68. For much of my adult life, I've kind of felt like, oh my God, that was really awful. Thank God that's behind us. And then I realized, like being slammed into a wall, it's never been behind us. I mean, maybe the worst of the atrocities of that era are behind us, but they've resurfaced in new and different and sometimes even more virulent ways. And that's been a sort of an epiphany for me in a way. I'm just thinking that as much as I hate to box staff into a date, and I really do agree with Stacy, I think that I'm prepared to vote for the resolution as is.
Okay, so I think people know kind of where they're at and we'll take a vote on the amendment.
Hang on a sec. I just want a little more discussion if you don't mind, because
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to.
I understand. So we just heard our superintendent tell us that he didn't think that he can, he thought that, what's the expectation here? What kind of recommendation? I can get you a plan for a plan type of thing. Is that the level of effort that, I mean, if you put the date in, that's what you're going to get in August. That's what he's telling us he can deliver for us in August 27th. So what's more important to us? A date or that we do this well?
I have to tag on to that I think August 27th is clearly not going to give them the time that they need. And I can't imagine putting that on them while we're just opening school. And so I need to push it out for them. I think we will get this work done. Kaylin, if you're not here, I will help get it done. Now.
Yeah, and I just want to put,
but I think we're going to get it done before you go. I do.
This is not a project. This is an ongoing, complete mindset shift for some people. Some people are already doing this, like you said. There needs to be action now, whether that's the plan for the plan or something. But my fear is that if we have no date under the there just being so much that we'll forget, because that's what happens. And we've given dates before. Right.
Yes. Okay, but everyone knows how they're going to vote. So let's
All right,
go ahead and vote.
Stop. I'm going to withdraw my motion. I'm going to make a new motion. I move to approve. Let's just get this behind us and start working on the damn thing.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, there's no second. So
I will second the motion.
Okay, Linda seconds the motion. Okay, now we're gonna move to board discussion. I'm gonna take the opposite approach here. I actually think we need to extend the time. I think we should say no later than the October 1st meeting. I think that gives them time. That's many meetings from now.
Oh, wait a minute. I suggested that earlier and you weren't comfortable with it. What the heck happened?
There's a different motion on the floor at that time.
You know what? Bob, are you okay with October 1st?
I second that, Kaylin.
Bob, are you okay with October 1st?
He can bring us a plan of a plan, but it gives him a little more time.
Bob's on mute.
That's how
my space bar temporary unmute thing wasn't working.
Are you
There's
okay?
nothing that there really isn't anything I care more about the issue. And whatever date I'm given, I'm going to do the best I can. I just wanted to point out that, again, very often I hear from you trustees the importance of trying to get input from parents, students, community, teachers, other staff, and I just don't know how much I can get if that's going to be the expectation. But whatever day you give, I will bring the best that I can.
So, you know what? I don't want to fight over this anymore. We know that we have to do this. We're just arguing over how. Okay? So I withdraw my motion. Kaylin, do you want to make a motion?
I'd like to change. I would like to
Stacy, you'd already withdrawn your motion. Kaylin made one and I seconded
No,
it.
no, I never made a motion.
All right.
Stacey,
So there's no motion now. Somebody make a motion.
Motion to the first meeting in October. Bob,
Second.
that's what they can at that point.
I second it.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor I'm just going to read it out. For board discussion by the October 1st board meeting. That's what it would say. And Linda seconded that. Just want to check. Is that correct? Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion from the board?
Yes, I don't think Stacy means we have to work on it. She means have to in the sense because it's important. I think it needs to be clear that we all want to. This is something I'm very energized around, and I think she is as well.
And we already are.
Oh, look, I thank you, Linda. Okay. what I care about are the actual outcomes. I care about the execution. I care about doing it well. That's, you know, I'm happy to see that Barry put equity and diversity in the budget discussion, because we can't do any of this stuff if we're not trying to figure out how to align our budget and have money for this.
There you
Okay.
go.
I'm talking, I want to do it well. I don't want to just pass a resolution to make people feel good. I want to make change here. And, you know, I know, and I really do appreciate all the teachers and all the letters they sent, basically committing to, you know, making these changes and stuff like that. But you know what? It takes everybody. It takes everybody. When somebody puts anti-Semitic graffiti at Westmont, or arranges the, well, when they do that, and nobody says that's not okay, or somebody uses racial slurs and nobody says, hey, that's not okay here, that's part of what we have to do. Everybody has to stand up and say, that's not what I want at my school. Those are the conversations we need to be having in our community. And whatever it takes to make it clear that the board is committed to this, let's just do it.
So we have a motion and we have a second. Just one last thing, like the intention of this was not to just do it because it looks good. I think the intention is that this can make a fundamental change for our students for an ongoing time. That was the motivation from the beginning.
I understand your motivation, Callan. I think the way you did it was wrong.
And I don't think it could be done well, and that I don't think it could have been
right
done
as a
well.
board member to introduce resolution as it is yours. That is the policy engine of a board.
Absolutely. I just don't think it could have been done well in the timeline that was laid out.
Fair. Yeah. That's fair.
all. That's it.
But if anyone on this board wants to introduce resolutions, that is their right as an elected official.
Well, maybe we'll talk about that in our workshop about protocol.
We cannot take that away. That is a power.
We do,
We're not talking about that now, but you know what? I would like to talk about protocols and how we bring resolutions at our next workshop.
The only criticism was we've talked about things in open session about something we were interested in, and then something got put together. I think Kiki and Kaylin did a great job in writing this. People were giving me a hard time because I talked about the word all. This is where we do that. This is where I can't talk about it anywhere else. And you know what? There could have been 4 board members that said, no, I want the word all. It would have been, there we go. Kiki came up with a great compromise. I liked it. It doesn't say the word all anymore. Did we change the whole meaning? Absolutely not. We just said, I don't think it's all. That's it. And that's my point. And I think this can be done well. And I think we will do it good and make it well. We'll give Bob the time that he needs. Herman, Meredith, they're already doing this work. And our administration has told us they're doing it. I saw a copy of an email that went out to the Branham site about the work that they were taking on for next school year. So we didn't have to make any change, and it's going on. And the extensive list of reference material that they have for these conversations is incredible. It's like having your own library on a Google Doc.
Okay.
Links to everything.
And Stacy makes a great point about aligning budget with priorities. So this might be a really good time to thank the Ed Foundation for their $25,000 grant in furtherance of this work. I think that's really, really amazing.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor that is to change it to say the district board for discussion by the October 1st board meeting. There's a second. Is there any more discussion on that amendment? We're not voting on the whole resolution yet, just the amendment. All right, can we have a roll call, please?
Aerosmith,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Gallagher,
Aye.
Guatia,
Aye.
Barrett,
Aye.
I make a motion to approve resolution 4.
Second.
It's a motion by me, second by Robert. Discussion. All right, seeing none, can we please have a roll call?
Aerosmith,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Gallagher,
Aye.
Guatia,
Aye.
Barrett.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Resolution 4 is approved. That's going to take us to item 16F, to approve a revised 2020 regular board meeting calendar. Board, I think there's an additional date on there. I don't know if we need an introduction from staff. Staff, do you have anything to say about that? Bob, you're muted.
We put in additional dates because we're going to need them for the public hearings for the new LCAP that you need to approve by September 30. And since we've talked about adding a September 3rd, we could add that in now as an amendment.
October
Sorry.
3rd?
No,
August 3rd.
August 3rd. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, so I move to approve resolution or item 16F with the amendment of adding August 3rd as a regular board meeting, starting at 5 p.m. for closed session.
Second.
All right, motion by me, second by Stacy. Discussion. Roll call, please.
Aerosmith,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Gallagher,
Aye.
Guatia,
Aye.
Barrett.
Aye.
Hey, Bob, the midnight alarm at the district office is going off, just as a heads up. Item 17B is to approve resolution 8, credential assignment options.
Trustees, if it's okay with you, I'll go ahead and introduce the next 3 items just because they're all related. This is the time of year when we are bringing to you any type of credential request, if you will. And there are 2 parts in Ed Code that allow for a credential assignment when an assignment when someone doesn't have a full credential but has a different credential. So B and D are both related to that Ed Code credential assignment options. And then C is a teacher who has worked with us who is in progress of completing a credential, but would be on a waiver for this year, the variable term waiver, which is guidance that we've gotten from the CTC for this year. So it's okay if I just introduce all 3 of them for you. If you want to vote for them separately, that makes sense, but hopefully that background helps.
Move to approve.
All 3 or just 1?
All 3.
Yeah.
Second.
All right, motion by Stacy, second by Robert. Discussion by the board.
Meredith, how are we doing in the pool of candidates? Are we all set?
Well, if you hear me knocking on wood, that's because that's what I do when I say that we're fully staffed with special education, which has been a really huge push. That's number 1. Number 2, we've just had a couple of really late resignations. That always happens. So we've got a couple of key positions still to fill. And then I will just say that I'm pretty pleased with increasing diversity. So our numbers are getting better every year. I'll give you more information on that when we have time for a full presentation. But we are seeing higher percentages of Latinx new hires and African American or Black new hires. So progress.
Thank you.
All right. So the motion is to approve 17B, C, and D. There's a second. Any more discussion? Can we get a roll call, please?
Trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
Trustee Guatia,
Aye.
Trustee Barrett.
Aye.
Item 18A is to ratify master contracts with non-public agencies for the 2020-2021 school year.
And this is an action that you take during every summer to approve master contracts with different non-public school providers for special education.
Move to approve.
Second, motion by Robert, second by me. Any discussion from the board? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call?
Aerosmith,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Gallagher,
Aye.
Wittia,
Aye.
Barrich.
Aye.
Item 18B is to approve Resolution 7 authorizing the purchase of instructional materials for students participating in middle college, college advantage, and dual enrollment courses through the West Valley College during the 2020-2021 school year.
I will be introducing that item. This is a resolution you approve every year so that we can purchase instructional materials for all our students who are participating in middle college, college advantage. And now, since every year we're approving an MOU with West Valley for dual enrollment classes, we've attached those instructional materials as well.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second, motion by Robert, second by me. Discussion. Roll call, please.
Trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
Trustee Goitia,
Aye.
Trustee Barrich.
Aye.
Motion approves 5-0. 19A is a public hearing, which I'll now open. This is for the proposed conveyance of easements to Ropes and Homes for the purchase of facilitating the exchange of property. That's going to be coming up in 19B, but let's just give it a minute. For those watching at home who may want to submit a card. It'll be a stretch break, you know. And shout out to the 20 people still watching this meeting on YouTube. Okay, we are closing the public hearing. We're going to move on to 19B to approve Resolution 5, which authorizes conveyance of easements.
Trustees, this is part of the land swap arrangement in which Ropes and Homes will develop on the center part of the district property, and in exchange we'll obtain the office building in cash. This is the easement necessary to allow emergency access vehicles to enter from the Camden side.
Any discussion from the board or motions?
Move to approve.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Stacy.
Motion by Stacy. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Linda seconds. All right, Robert.
On the map, it shows an easement as well on the other side. Is that something we're talking about? Was that already there? Is that something in the plans?
Yeah, thank you for that. Yes, there is a easement on the other side too, for the purposes of doing construction and utilities. But the one with the longer term implications really going to be the one on the backside.
Thank you.
All right, any other discussion? If not, we'll move to a roll call vote, please.
Aerosmith,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Gallagher,
Aye.
Goitia,
Aye.
Barrich.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. 19C is to approve resolution number 1 to authorize temporary borrowing between funds of the school district.
Trustees, this is the item we talked about earlier so that we can borrow internally without paying interest because we will have a couple months coming up in October that we won't be able to pay our bills unless we do that. We won't have enough cash in the general fund.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, second by Linda. Motion by Stacy, second by Linda. Discussion. All right, can we please have a roll call?
Trustee Aerosmith,
You're on mute.
Trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Gallagher,
Aye.
Goitia,
Aye.
Barrich.
Aye.
Item 19D is to approve resolution 6, ratifying a settlement agreement and a second amendment to lease agreement?
This item has to do with the Harker School, and we've reached agreement on payment, and we've also reached agreement on a term to end in December 31st, 2021 for the board's approval.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, motion by Stacy, second by Robert. Any discussion, questions?
Discussion would be just thank you for working through this. Barry finalizing it, but Nancy and her team, Bob, this was pretty important. And I think you guys did a great job.
And I just add, I'm excited to see the possibilities this opens up in the future. So, all right, anything else? All right, can we please have a roll call, please?
Trustee Airsmith,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
trustee Goitia,
Aye.
trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, we're moving to the 20s. Action items for the facilities and the bond. Letter A is award contract to Procure for construction management software renewal.
Good morning, board. Dr. Eric Wassinger, Director of Facilities. Procore is the software program that we use to manage all of our projects. It's been each year that we've had it. This proposal is for a 3-year time frame. So they gave us a better price. We locked in pricing for 3 years, and that's why the dollar amount where it's at. We like to have the entire Measure A bond on the same software for the whole 6, 7, 8 years. And so that's what Procore has been for us. And so that's why we're asking for your approval.
Move to approve.
Second. Motion by Stacy, second by me. Discussion?
I heard a rumor that our project program director, Mr. Thome, is a master of Procore, that he makes that puppy sing.
He is.
I have used it before. Our construction managers have learned it very well. The joke is that basically every time anything changes on a project, you are notified about it. So I do not miss the onslaught of emails that it does generate for our construction managers. So they get to deal with those now.
Cool.
All right. Any other discussion? All right. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Airsmith,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
trustee Goitia,
Aye.
trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. 20B is to award contract to Coastwide Environmental Technologies Incorporated for administration, building abatement, and demolition at Del Mar High School.
So board, we bring this to the board because this is the abatement part of the Del Mar High School admin and library project. We are getting ready to abate those 2 buildings so that a month later we can knock them down to build our new project there.
I have a question. I thought we were knocking down the admin building, but not all of the library. Are we keeping part of the library?
That's correct. So the abatement has to be done on the entire library portion. We're going to knock down all of the perimeter parts, but not the main frame. That is correct.
So basically just be the skeleton of the library and then we go from there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Second. All right. Motion by Robert, second by me. Any other discussion or questions? Can we please have a roll call?
Airsmith,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Gallagher,
Aye.
Goitia,
Aye.
Verich.
Aye.
Item 20C is to award contract to Aram Electric Incorporated for the Del Mar High School electrical infrastructure upgrade.
Board, this is another item we're bringing to the board for the electrical for Del Mar. But the good news on this is the team, we had this part of the electrical package was in the general contractor's scope of work. They had been giving us a price of $1.2, $1.3 million for this work over the last 6 months. Nathan and I and the team talked about pulling this out and doing this separate. We went out to bid and we got this for about $550,000 less. So the contract's like $600,000 to do the same scope of work. So this is something that we are saving the district money by breaking out more pieces, and that's what this is for here.
You almost paid for Procore.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, motion by Stacy, second by Robert. Any other discussion? Great job. Roll call, please.
Trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
trustee Goitia,
Aye.
trustee Verich,
Aye.
Passes 5-0. 20D is to award a contract to Sigmar Affinity Architects for district-wide door hardware replacement services.
So that one I talked about earlier in our report. We've kind of gone through a lot of our due diligence on this project, and we basically decided that this project, the best way to deliver it is a very kind of traditional model of a project where we have an architect who mainly this contract is for actually the electrical engineer under them. It's just kind of all rolled up into an architect contract. To design it as we would any other project, it's going to be heavily focused on the electrical engineer, and then the actual door hardware consultant that we're going to have, they'll work for free basically by giving us their specs and kind of guiding us through their product. This is the first step in actually designing it. We'll bid it like we do most of our projects. We've actually talked to a lot of installers and people that are already interested in the project. So we figured a traditional method of having the architect on this would be the best way. Sigmar Affinity has done a lot of our projects, and it was the best value to us to not have to redraw things, transfer files, reformat things. So our team decided they kind of posed the best value for this very unique multi-campus project, since they are the most up-to-date plans, and they're already integrating this product and this plan on a lot of the projects we're planning already. So that's why we're bringing their proposal.
And I heard that Tracy might care about this vote.
Yeah, I think she's going to be pretty involved in this one. This will be quite a project to start off on.
May move to approve.
I'll second. Motion by Robert, second by me. Any other discussion? Can we please have a roll call?
Aerosmith,
Aye.
Brown,
Abstain.
Gallagher,
Aye.
Goitia,
Aye.
Verich.
Aye.
All right, board, we're in item 21. Remember, we have to go back into closed session.
We have to?
I think we at least have to for like 5 minutes.
All right.
So with that said, board reports, as verbose as you'd like them to be.
I don't think so.
Metro Ed.
The letter campaign in support of Metro Ed is progressing, but it ought to be absolutely viral. I should have an inbox so full of letters that I can't keep up with it, and that's not the case. So if anybody out there is listening to me right now, Metro Ed is appealing to the city and county for some additional funding to see us through COVID. Christina talked earlier, no, I'm sorry, Ms. Jane talked earlier about delivering art supplies to the students. Stop and think about what Metro Ed has to step up and do to be able to generate materials and equipments and get it to students and back from students to do distance, semi-online, semi-in-person learning without bringing anybody onto campus. In other words, right now we've got Metro Ed teachers who are delivering large quantities of material to students to their homes and picking it back up. All these things are expensive. All the COVID expenses just keep mounting. We've got another $600,000 bill that just came in this last week. So for anybody listening out there, if you care to write a letter in support of all the benefits that SVCTE as a training center brings to our community. We train students in 22 different courses. We graduate about 1,500 kids a year who are skilled in the trades or the medical fields or in fire science and law enforcement. If you think those things are important, if you think it will help the economic recovery of the community at the same time that it fosters equity by providing choice and access to careers that a lot of students might not otherwise have, and we're talking about careers that pay very well, then please dash off a short letter of support for supporting SVCTE through the COVID crisis. Send it to my board email, which is on our website, and a lot of Students for the Future will thank you. And I think that covers it.
Linda, thanks for your work on this. It is going viral as we sit here. You and I received an email from Prospect PTSA President Kathy Watson Short. She wrote a letter. She sent it out to every Prospect parent, and she put it on social media. So
yeah,
make it viral.
I saw that. I popped off a quick commendation to her. It was really wonderful to see. Thank you.
All right, board comments. Let's go to the traditional order. Trustee Airdsmith.
I'll pass tonight.
Okay. Robert.
Pass.
Pass. Stacy.
Well, just getting started. I have nothing more to say.
All right, Linda.
Yeah, I want to clarify something that I said a moment ago when I said that it seemed to me through most of my adult life that the worst of it was behind us. I didn't mean to imply that I haven't been aware throughout my entire life of all the inequities in hiring practices, lending practices, and on and on and on, that you don't daily see it in all the small ways that just eat away at a person's soul. But the big headline making things, I had hoped those kinds of atrocities, I guess I hoped when I was a younger woman, that we wouldn't see any of that ever again. And as I said, it's never gone away. And it just makes me profoundly sad. When you add that to everything else that people are going through and experiencing right now with COVID, this time feels like a heavy weight. It feels oppressive. And I think that the only plus that I take away from this is that it does give us an opportunity to realize that we've kind of been in a status quo lull. And these things are waking us up big time to the fact that we can do better and we must do better. And that when we come out the other side, we want to feel like we waged a good fight and that it mattered.
All right, and I'm going to skip my board report. Board, I believe we're going to go into close, or is there anything under future planning? Okay, so board, let's go ahead and go into closed session. And then we'll come back out to close. So please don't end the stream. We'll be back to close out the meeting in a bit. Link is the same as earlier. It's just probably way down in your calendar at this point. See you over there.
Okay, so we're leaving this meeting. Okay.
Yeah, and you're gonna go to your closed session link in your calendar.
Okay. Leave.
while we're coming back, I got, it was Wednesday, was the Cal Chamber panel discussion on equity and diversity. They recorded it. Does anybody want me to forward them that recording? Kiki? It was very good, very well done. And very cool to hear that 750, at the very start of the meeting, there was over 750 Cal Chamber members on watching the Zoom. Now, we all know that those types of people run late, but 750, pretty big number.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting on Linda, and then we'll get going. You know what? This kind of helps me because I had 1 a.m. as my predicted closing time for this meeting, and
that would be, you'd be under. You'd be okay.
If I drag it out, it's Price is Right rules. So
you're under by 2 minutes.
Yeah, I know. All right, so we're back. Welcome back, everyone. We're returning from closed session where we did not take any action. It is 12:58 a.m. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move. So moves.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion by Robert, second by Stacy. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Bravo, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
Trustee Goitia,
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We adjourn at 12:58 a.m. Thank you.
Kaylin, next meeting, could you predict we'll end at 10?
Yeah, I'll do my best. Tracy, Michelle, thank you so much for making this possible. Thank you to the people who are still watching.